Hey guys, tonight we trudge down a rutted dirt path as the sun scrapes the horizon, and you probably won't survive this without wishing you'd stayed in bed. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is where you are. I'm curious if your clocks are set to misery o'clock or just barely past dawn. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake to a world full of possibilities or ruin, depending on your packing skills. The Oregon Trail looms like a beast waiting to devour your dreams. You trudge through the morning chill into your small corral, where your sagging wagon sits tethered to two gaunt oxen whose ribs press upward against their hides like notes on a neglected hymn. You've spent the better part of last week cramming supplies into that wooden box, each bale of flour, each barrel of salted pork, and each coil of rope representing your hope, and if you're honest, your deepest anxieties. The first thing you notice is the hitching post's creak as you unfasten your oxen. The boards sag beneath the weight of past settlers who've prepped for journeys that ended in dust or worse. A mainstream historical fact by 1843, around 1,000 pioneers set out on the Oregon Trail annually, many believing they could stake a claim to free land. But for every hopeful family tale, several wagons never made it to freedom's promised horizon. Historians still argue whether that land bounty was worth the toll, given that roughly 10% of travelers died en route, often from cholera or accidents, rather than hostile forces. You swing into your seat without ceremony and look around. Your companions, 3 of them, are busy fussing over their own wagons, goggles half lowered against the rising dust. There's your brother Thomas, squinting into the dawn, confident he packed enough rope to lasso a runaway steer if he had to. Beside him, Aunt Agnes fusses over her shawl that's supposed to keep chill drafts out of her bones, even though it smells faintly of mothballs and regret. And then there's Cousin Ned, who decided he could navigate by stars, or at least that's what he's claimed since he discovered a tattered copy of Boy Scout's Guide to Wilderness Blunders in a used bookstore. Pop quiz: why bring a Scout's manual from 1910 on an 1845 journey? Spoiler, if you think about it too much, it'll keep you up at night. You snap the reins. The oxen groan and lumber forward one step at a time, as if each hoof fall announces a mortal threat to comfort. You inhale the sharp tang of wooden wheels dragging across gravel, and you can almost taste the dust on your tongue. A fleeting joke drifts to the surface: if this dust were currency, you'd be a millionaire by now. But your ragged stomach reminds you that you spent most of your money on supplies at the trading post, not on minty gum to hide the taste. So you settle in, ready to face audacious sunrises and perilous sunsets. As you roll down the lane toward the open plains, you see other wagons trailing behind like a sluggish herd. White canvas tops gleam in the morning sun, each promising adventure or calamity in equal measure. The earliest stretch of the Oregon Trail offered wide-open valleys, grazing fields, and murmuring creeks almost sickeningly picturesque, if you ignore the gnawing dread that your oxen might drop dead midstream. A fringe tidbit: some pioneers carried little charms, chicken bones, strung on twine sprinklings of river pebbles, as good luck talismans. Many believe these tokens would appease local spirits and keep their cattle from straying. Historians still argue whether these charms genuinely comforted travelers or merely consumed precious space that cold bacon could have filled. Your mind drifts to your gear, a coarse wool blanket, 6 barrels of flour, 2 barrels of salted pork, a case of medicines, including a few dubious elixirs for digestive fortitude, whatever that is, and a small cache of candles that might burn out by your second week. You also have a blanket for your mother, though she refused to join this expedition. She insists you're mad to leave settled comforts for a dusty death march. You guess that's why you didn't share the flyers you found in town advertising transit to California by steamship for $15, much cheaper than outfitting a wagon for months. But who wants to be squirreled away on a damp steam deck seasick from New York Harbor to Panama? Plus, you've already sworn to Uncle Jeffrey you'll deliver Auntie's trinkets to their new homestead. If you survive, that tiny parcel of porcelain figurines now bumps 90 pounds of lead shot in your bag. You glance down at the leather-bound journal resting on your lap. The first page's ink is barely dry. Your first entry records the smell of tar on wagon wheels and dust in your eyes. Beneath that, you note your goals: stake claim to fertile land, build a homestead, outdo that nosy neighbor, and maybe add a real bathroom that doesn't smell like damp corral. A mainstream historical fact: the Homestead Act wouldn't pass until 1862, but the Oregon Donation Land Claim Act of 1850 offered 320 acres to married settlers, an irresistible incentive for many. Historians still argue whether this land free for the taking truly helped agrarian expansion or galvanized displacement of native tribes and environmental strain. Your shoulders ache as you shift slightly and you notice Thomas fumbling with the reins. He's never handled oxen before. Trusting him to manage those beasts seems like asking a newborn kangaroo to pilot a ship. He gives you a sheepish grin. You remind him that every misdirected jerk on the yoke might yank you into a cactus patch. A little prickly in a way you haven't negotiated since last Auntie's quilt-gathering spree, but this time you're literally at stake, and the only quilting you appreciate now is a stack of griddle cakes. As the wagon lurches into a shallow rut, one wheel bumps against a loose stone and you jolt. Your spine twinges. A joke lingers. You're setting records for the world's most graceless welcome to your lower vertebrae. But there's no time to dwell on bodily betrayal ahead. You see the plains open onto a river valley. The Snake River, maybe? Or is it the Platte? You check your crude map, inked landmarks and crooked lines that promise safe fording spots, but also warnings scrawled in the margin. Cross at your own risk, oxen drown here. A chill ripples through you despite the growing sun. Your grandmother once told you that water is a gift that can kill. She'd seen cowherds lose sleek heifers when the current turned deception into a churning grave. You clamp down any rising panic after all you've read that steerage travelers, back when steerage meant puny boat decks, not prairie labor, would pay a few extra shillings for special onions to stow beneath the floorboards. They believed onions warded off scurvy. Historians still argue whether onions actually prevented vitamin C deficiency or just masked the taste of salt pork. Today, your onions sit forgotten in the back of the wagon. onions probably won't help if that river's current grabs you by the ankles. The sun's warmth becomes relentless, and the dust kicked up by dozens of wheels turns the air into a shaky mirage. A little cloud of grit drifts into your mouth like a free toothpaste brand only none of your teeth wanted. You squint across the expanse and glimpse distant prairie lands so flat they seem bottomless. The tall grass ripples under a breeze that promises both comfort and a surprise tumble. A joke flits to mind. If tumbleweeds could talk, they'd warn you that they've crashed more dreams than any saloon brawl ever did. But you swallow that thought. You can't spare the breath. Your thoughts drift to dinner hardtack biscuits and a questionable slab of bacon that's weighed down your hopes since last night. That salt pork might double as rationed bacon, but if you're lucky, you'll trade some flour for fresh eggs when you hit the next fort. Even that will feel like a banquet. A mainstream historical fact emerges. Pioneers rationed flour so stringently that some families ate pine bark or cattail roots to fill bellies near the Rockies. Historians still argue whether those practices indicate ingenuity under duress or simply desperation unfit for human consumption. Either way, your stomach protests each mile. The wagon's canvas top flaps like an uneasy sail. You lean forward to steady a sagging beam, another reminder of how each makeshift repair is a gamble. Last week, you spent half an hour retying your mother's bonnet ribbon because if wind snatches off that ragged cloth, you'll face her wrath. Now each snapped rope could cost you a day's progress, or worse, an overturned wagon. You snap the cord taut, the leather braid groaning under tension. A joke forms. If these oxen could talk, they'd demand overtime pay in steadings of salt blocks and carrots. But carrots aren't exactly on the menu out here. A sudden whiff of sagebrush ripples through the wagon bed, teasing your nose. You inhale again, catching a hint of live water somewhere ahead, perhaps the South Platte River. If you close your eyes, you can almost feel cool relief against your lips. But opening them reveals more shifting grass and the silhouette of a solitary tumbleweed rolling toward you like a disinterested sentinel. As the wagon crests a small rise, you finally see the faint glint of water far below. The oxen lower their heads, sniffing the air, each breath rising in foggy puffs. Your boots press into the sun-baked earth as you climb down the tailboard to scout for a shallow ford. Each step cracks a dry blade of grass, and in that sound you recall from Section 3 how rattlesnakes like to bask near watering holes. A fringe tidbit surfaces. Some trappers believed that if you left a fresh ear of corn at a rattlesnake den, the serpent would coil around it and starve, waiting for the grain to sprout. Historians still argue whether these stories originated from misunderstanding snake behavior or simply entertained lonely nights by the hearth. You squint across the shimmering river, measuring its width 20 paces 40. This could be your first baptism in prairie water, where prayers for safe passage compete with cackling currents. The other wagons behind you inch forward, their drivers pausing to rethink their plan. You exhale, adjusting the brim of your cotton sunbonnet, sweat trickling down your neck like a guilty secret. You eye the nearest boat, just a log raft tethered to a post, and realize it's reserved for emergency supplies and official ferries. not for every dusty settler with cash to spare. You return to the wagon, juggling your thoughts like rattling tin cans. Thomas wipes dust from his forehead, axes in hand, for chopping driftwood to build a makeshift causeway. Aunt Agnes fusses with her shawl again, muttering prayers under her breath so loudly the prairie breeze nearly carries her words off to Kansas. And Cousin Ned, he's scribbling furiously in his journal, mapping stars he'll never see once he's submerged waist deep in the river. You wonder how he plans to navigate from the bottom of a flooded ford. A sudden crack, a wagon wheel hitting a buried stone, snaps you back. The wagon shimmies. You tighten your grip on the front rail and toss a quick nod to the oxen, who blink at you with placid, bovine resignation. Their enormous shoulders shift, bracing, and you think, remember that first step off the tailboard a few weeks ago when you still believed this was an adventure. Now this feels like stumbling into a trap. Still, you have no choice. You grab a length of rope, loop it around your waist, and inspect the wheel's axle, grease thin and dry, but serviceable. A mainstream historical detail pioneer wagon wheels were typically greased with animal fat or tallow, because any manufactured grease would freeze. Rural blacksmiths often improvised with renderings from their own kitchens. Historians still argue whether these ersatz lubes helped more than they hindered, since rancid fat sometimes clogged the axle more than kept it slick. You gratefully apply a dab of tallow from your pouch, rubbing it into the wood and iron until the wheel spins more freely. You return to your seat, heart thumping. The families behind you, dirty faces framed by wide-brimmed hats, press forward, all sharing the same silent hope, shallow ground, steady current, and blessed footing beneath the river's glare. You click the oxen's tongues, and the caravan starts its slow descent into the watery gamble. You lean out toes brushing the cool grass, and imagine how the river might sing you a lullaby or swallow you whole. There's never much middle ground. Your brother Thomas drives the lead yoke, his nerves taut as bowstrings. Each of his prods sends the oxen forward with solemn deliberation. Aunt Agnes grips her shawl, leaning into the wagon's side like a woman trying to fend off her own terror. You recall from Section 12 how a handful of settlers opted for a ferry crossing at Fort Laramie, expensive but less terrifying. But you didn't have $15 to lose. You gave that to Ned so he could buy a survival compass, which turned out to be a repurposed sundial missing half its gnomon. Now, each splashing wheel answers a question: will this river be your end or your beginning? The water's surface breaks in little silver crescendos as the wheels bite into the shallows. Your shoes lose traction, mud clinging to them like tiny mocking claws. A joke surfaces: if I end up here, they'll write me off as yet another extra in the river's rapids, not an Oregon settler. But you swallow it, gripping the side of the wagon as water seeps into your boots. At the wagon's mid-axle, the current hits a gravel bar, slowing the flow. You sense relief, flutter like a brittle leaf, but it's premature because the bottom snarls with submerged stones, eager to rip a wheel's hub apart. The wagon tips slightly, and you lean in to keep balance muscles trembling under the strain. You think of the 1,600 miles still ahead, rivers worse than this, deserts hotter than this, sun mountains higher than any worry you can name. Yet right now your priority is a single crossing. A mainstream fact, river crossings claimed more lives than any other hazard on the Oregon Trail, partly because fording decisions were often made by those with the least experience. Historians still argue whether professional ferries operating at select points would have saved more lives or simply drained settlers' funds faster. You lean into the current arm, aching as the wagon jolts over a hidden log. Water splashes up, plastering your rags to your legs. You taste a mouthful of grit and fear. Beside you, Thomas's voice cracks, urging the oxen forward. Steady! Steady! The oxen dip their heads, nostrils flaring with crisp river air, and one hoof stalls on a submerged boulder. The wagon lurches, but they find purchase and drive on. Finally, the other bank draws close, damp, brown earth rising to meet the wagon's wheels. Water cascades off your boots as you step onto the dry side. You stare at the river's flow retreating in your wake. A fringe rumor from Section 5 drifted through your mind. Some settlers believed that wetting oxen's tails with sage water just before fording would keep them from bolting a charm rather than a technique. Historians still argue whether such folklore had any real effect or was simply a comforting distraction. You help Thomas guide the wagon fully ashore, and feet thudding on land feel miraculous. Aunt Agnes breathes deeply, eyes closed as if thanking heaven for a second chance. You glance back at the river, its surface now calm as though you imagined its fury. But you know better next time. The river might not be so forgiving. You pull a scrap of bread from your pocket and nibble a bit, the stale crumbs tasting like victory. A joke flickers any celebration more spirited, and the river might demand another toll. Yet you feel pride simmer beneath the ache in your shoulders and the ache in your soul. The day has just begun, and already you're one river less from Oregon. You wipe grit from your pant leg and climb back into your seat, ready for the next mile on this unrelenting track. You huddle by the smoldering campfire as the day's heat lingers, and you watch each face flicker in the embers, weighing whether signing them onto this perilous venture was a stroke of brilliance or lunacy. First, there's Thomas, your brother, who insists he's the wagon's natural navigator, though his sense of direction once led you in circles around your own homestead for half a morning. Then there's Aunt Agnes, clutching her shawl as though it's a lifeline. She's convinced that her wicker basket of sewing supplies will save you from homemade gowns of shame if you ever reach fertile Oregon. And, of course, Cousin Ned, who claims he's a natural astronomer because he once read about Polaris in a pamphlet. His compass is, in truth, a fractured sundial tethered to a frayed leather strap. Choosing these companions felt right in the late twilight at the grocery store when you hatched the plan before you read that the average wagon party consisted of 6 to 7 souls, each adding to the necessary provisions. A mainstream historical fact, most successful wagon trains organized parties of 10 or more for safety sharing resources and watch rotations. Historians still argue whether smaller, tightly knit parties fared better than these larger caravans. But you're betting on a household-sized group for better or for worse. You glance across the fire at Thomas, who's fiddling with a crude map that he stole from a trader in Independence. He colors ink lines backward and forward, mumbling that the Platte River's contours will lead you true. A fringed tidbit says, some wagoneers etched secret symbols, a stylized bull's head or a slice of moon on trees to guide trusted travelers, hidden right alongside birth dates and marriage vows. Whether those sigils truly marked safe passages or were mere braggadocio lies buried in dusty journals. You'd like to believe them, if only to justify your faith in Thomas's navigational expertise. Aunt Agnes sits next to the fire, the dim glow reflecting off her spectacles as she clucks about acorn caps and how they can be ground into a coffee substitute when bean rations dwindle. Jokes bubble. You're going to end up brewing rose petals if you follow her leads. Aroma is as vital as sustenance, she declares, patting the basket that rattles with undone hems and thread scraps. But you bite back your laughter, knowing that in a pinch acorn, coffee might offer the comfort of flavor when everything else tastes like sawdust. You remember reading that in times of scarcity, some pioneers did resort to such root-based beverages, though historians still argue whether these concoctions actually quelled hunger or simply prolonged malnutrition. Aunt Agnes's face glows with purpose. She insists that a well-sewn patch can hold an entire blanket together, shielding you from frost or sunburn depending on the season. Her fingers twitch with the potential to transform scraps into warmth, or so she says. Cousin Ned lounges against a gnarled root, salting his journal's pages with sketches of constellations and feverish notes about celestial navigation. Every time you catch his eye, he taps his sundial with a jaunty grin as though the broken instrument is the key to cosmic wisdom. You ask him once how he plans to navigate by stars if you're buried under a monsoon cloud, and he merely shrugs, saying, "Then I'll read the river's reflection off raindrops." You wince at that mental image, which borders on delightful stupidity. As if you can negotiate rain to paint you celestially accurate signposts. Still, you recall that some mountaineer journals describe travelers using star charts when clear skies allowed a practice that occasionally guided night crossings. Historians still argue whether nocturnal treks under moonlight were safer than baking under midday sun. You nod, hoping Ned's optimism is infectious rather than fatal. The fire's warmth drops as twilight seeps in, and as you lean forward, you list the skills each companion brings: Thomas's false confidence in his compass, Agnes's sewing and herbal concoctions, and Ned's celestial theories. Then there's yourself, stout-hearted, though prone to dust allergies, and ironically useless when it comes to milking cows, hunting rabbits, or fording waters. You feel the weight of that self-awareness settle like grit under your nails. A joke flickers. Congratulations, you're the official choreographer of this slow-motion train wreck. But you swallow it, knowing that each of you carries a thread of hope for a new life out west. Together, you form a patchwork of talents, some dubious, some hopeful. And that's better than rolling solo. You stir the coals with a stick, sending embers flaring upward, and consider the unspoken tension simmering beneath your circle. Thomas bristles when Agnes questions his route. "I studied cartography in 4th grade. He huffs, though last Wednesday he was lost behind the barn for nearly 2 hours. Agnes's shawl quivers as she retorts, cartography my foot, your maps drawn by a child cousin Ned, just scribbles furiously oblivious to the squabble, doodling glyphs meant to represent victory. You step between them, raising your voice just enough to hush them. Friends and family, you remind them, we pick our battles, and right now, it's not my bladder's integrity. They hug silence, though you can see Thomas's rear stiffen at the mention of near-drowning bathrooms. You recall from Aunt Aggie's wedding that she once refused to speak to Thomas for a fortnight over a misaligned cake, so anything less than a brawl feels like diplomacy. You empty a canteen into a shared pot dust motes, swirling like lazy dancers in the lamplight as you measure water. Each slosh reminds you that you only pack 2 blankets apiece, one for warmth and one for shade. Sure, you could buy extras at Independence, but supplies there are limited and overpriced. Traders often charge twice as much as their wagons paid for shipping. A mainstream historical fact by 1850 merchant outposts along the trail marked up goods upwards of 100% profiting off wagon trains, desperate for salt pork or needles. Historians still argue whether this practice constituted opportunistic gouging or necessary remuneration for the risk traders took hauling supplies. You ladle porridge into tin cups, starchy gruel that could double as plaster in a pinch, and pass them around. The spoon scraping the bowl sounds like nails on slate, but Agnes offers you a huffing nod as she dips her own. She sprinkles acorn meal grounds into Thomas's cup. It's a taste treat, she claims. He wrinkles his nose but takes a sip. If that's a treat, I'd rather chew gravel. A giggle escapes you. Agnes flashes a triumphant grin. Ned slurps his porridge with gusto as though each spoon is a cosmic revelation. You remind yourself that humor lightens hearts, even if it can't fill an empty stomach. Night edges closer as you share plans. Thomas insists you'll reach Fort Larrabee in 10 days. Agnes argues for resting 2 days at least, and Ned makes elaborate predictions of when the Pleiades will align overhead with an uncanny marker on your map. You take a seat on a rough log, adjusting your blankets against the chill. You press your fingers to the campfire's last embers, coaxing warmth into your veins. A joke springs. If campfire heat could be bottled, we'd replace paychecks with pocketfuls of flame. Yet the crackle of the dying blaze reminds you that this is a place of impermanence. Embers fade, night chills seep in, doubts gather like shadows. As the final stars emerge, you reflect on your decision to bring each person a family by blood and by choice into this vow of dust and dawn. You recall from Section 1 how roughly 10% of all travelers perished en route. Now your band of 3 faces the same odds multiplied by the unlikely odds of harmony. But it's this quirky assemblage, Thomas's misguided compass, Agnes's odd acorn coffee, Ned's celestial gamble, that forms the fragile scaffold upon which you'll build your dreams. And maybe, just maybe, these imperfect threads will bind you together against blistered backs, raging rivers, and rattlesnake pauses. You scoop the last of the porridge into your mouth, the coarse texture scratching your tongue like desperate hope. Overnight coyotes may howl in the distance. The wind may paint chilling patterns over your blanket. But for this moment, the hush of night settles around you. A promise that morning will dawn again, though whether you'll be ready remains to be seen. You trudge across an ocean of grass that stretches farther than your eyes can fathom, each step sinking into the brittle prairie turf as if you're wading through the world's most unrelenting carpet. The noonday sun has climbed high, its light searing your neck through the thin cotton of your shirt, and the air shimmers with heat so relentless it feels as though the earth itself is exhaling fire. You lift a hand to shield your eyes, eyelashes flickering against a sky that offers no shade, only a promise of more dust to come. A fringed tidbit floats through your mind. Some travelers believe that if you swallowed a pinch of prairie dust at noon, you'd acquire the land's resilience. Historians still argue whether this was genuine survival law or simply a way to convince yourself you weren't going to starve. Your boots scrape against the sun-cracked soil, sending tiny plumes of dust swirling in little eddies that dance at your ankles. You taste grit in the back of your throat, like inhaling the world's worst powdered sugar. A joke tickles your senses. If this trail offered a Michelin star for dust, you'd host a banquet each step of the way. Yet hunger gnaws at your belly, reminding you that the gruel from last night's campfire has long since turned to an echo. You dig in your bag for another stale biscuit, but find only crumbs, victims of a late-night mouse raid. You curse softly, though not loud enough to startle the prairie hawks circling overhead. Your brother Thomas trudges ahead, reins in one hand and map in the other, convinced that each wobble of the paper underscores his prowess. You remember his boast from Section 1 that he'd studied cartography in 4th grade, actual cartography, not just map doodling. And yet, when you glance at his map now, you can't decide if he's plotting your salvation or a scenic route to a cactus patch. A mainstream historical fact, many pioneers relied on hand-drawn maps often copied from a single original brought by trained guides. Miscopying symbols or distances could lead a wagon train astray by dozens of miles. Historians still argue whether the vast majority of maps were hopelessly inaccurate, or if the oral guidance of seasoned frontiersmen offered a hidden corrective. Aunt Agnes plods behind you, her wicker basket bouncing at her hip. She's humming a hymn under her breath, one she claims will keep rattlesnakes at bay. You half expect poisoned fangs to appear from the grass, ready to feast on unwary ankles. She dips into the basket and pulls out a handful of dried blackberries she insists will stave off scurvy. You pinch one and pop it into your mouth. The tart burst reminds you of jam back home, or at least what Auntie called jam, before it was funnel cake sweet. You recall from Section 2 how she swore acorn coffee would grant you unshakable energy, but your taste buds decided otherwise. In that moment, you decide that blackberries at least taste like actual fruit, which feels like a minor miracle. Cousin Ned lumbers behind, head tilted skyward, whiskers of hair plastered to his forehead by sweat. He's scanning Polaris, or so he claims, though the sun's glare leaves him squinting as though he's trying to read a faded tattoo on a cloud. Every so often, he taps his sundial's frayed edge and declares, "If only I could navigate by the stars." You remind him that daytime is decidedly inconvenient for stargazing. He grins as if he's just delivered a cosmic punchline. Then the stars just have to wait for me. Jokes aside, his astronomical theories are about as useful as a teaspoon during a tornado. But you admire his optimism. Somewhere in that misguided hope lies a kernel of survival instinct. The grass waves and rolling emerald swells each peak, catching the sun's glare before falling back into shiftless shadow. A breeze stirs, bringing the faint tang of sagebrush, an aroma that prickles at your senses, stirring memories of damp cabins and laundry's harsh tang from Section 1. Now that scent means you're deeper into the west than you've ever been, and the grass's gentle rustle threatens to reveal snakes coiled beneath. You steady yourself, recalling that rattlers often lay sunning on open paths, awaiting an unsuspecting traveler. A joke lingers. If rattlesnake saliva tasted of vinegar, perhaps I'd welcome the venom for novelty's sake. But you swallow it aware that humor might just jinx you. Your mouth is so parched that each swallow feels like dragging sandpaper across your throat. You dip a rag into the canteen's last glug of water and squeeze it onto your neck, and the rush of cool relief feels almost holy. A mainstream historical fact: pioneers were advised to carry a half-liter of water per person per day on the hot plains, but most travelers consumed 6 to 8 liters, leaving them short within hours. Historians still argue whether those rations were unrealistic, given the season's heat, or if pioneers simply lacked the discipline to ration their supplies. Thomas pauses, raising a finger as though he's detected some distant landmark, a lone butte rising from the grass like a solemn sentinel. You squint to find it a silhouette of jagged rock etched against the horizon, promising a minor reprieve from the unending flatness. But even that peak seems miles away, promises of shelter and shade that take days to fulfill. You grit your teeth and press on, feeling every muscle in your legs start to protest. A fringe rumor even whispered that oxen could sense impending storms and would refuse to move if lightning lurked on the horizon. You wonder if your oxen still believe this trek makes sense, or if they'd rather lie down and declare independence. By mid-afternoon, the air shimmers into a haze so thick you can barely see your own hand stretched out before you. Sweat drips from the brim of your hat, stinging your eyes like hot needles whenever you blink. Aunt Agnes fans herself with her shawl, though the wind carries no mercy. She's arguing that the next watering hole must be just beyond that next rise, though you've counted no fewer than 10 such misplaced rises. You muster a half-hearted retort. If that watering hole is as mythic as unicorns, we'll be drinking dust tonight. She replies with a knowing nod. She's heard every skeptical joke you could muster, and still she persists. Cousin Ned collapses against a sparse juniper bush, panting as though he's defying the wind itself to deny him breath. He's sweating so profusely that his shirt sticks to his back, and he wipes his brow with a sleeve already sopping wet. Note to self, he pants, never again rely on a sundial that can't tell time when I'm breathing like a beached fish. You kneel beside him and offer a flask, withdrawing 2 sips of tepid water that taste of metal. He shakes his head and waves you away, as convinced he needs to preserve supplies for emergencies. Meanwhile, you chug the remainder, throat relaxing as if someone quietly turned down the sun's volume. Aunt Agnes shuffles to Ned's side, offering him a handful of dried berries from her pocket. He snatches them, though his hands tremble so fiercely they spill half onto the dusty ground. The berries tumble like dark beads, and you swear You can spot a handful of glittering dust specks stuck to them. You lean in to help him gather the spilled fruit, and in doing so, you notice the earth beneath is littered with small bones, rabbit femurs, prairie dog skulls. This land doesn't just belong to you. It's a grim buffet for carnivores and dangers you can't see until they're right at your heels. Your stomach twists as you collect the berries, feeling the dust swirl in that hollow. You recall from Section 2 that Aunt Agnes once claimed rabbits taste like chicken, but at this point, you'd settle for a single tough drumstick. You laugh, though it sounds more like a cough. Hunger and fatigue warp the sound. A mainstream detail: most travelers supplemented their diet by hunting prairie dogs or rabbits along the trail, but pelts were poor, and shooting accurately under a blazing sun often meant missing. Historians still argue whether the small game hunters actually improved survival rates or simply provided fleeting hope. Thomas reappears at the crest of the rise dust, swirling around his gate. He squints down at the wagon as if seeing it for the first time since sunrise. You've both lost count of how long you've been moving. Your watch wound itself to midday, then gave up entirely in the dust. The wagon sits like a stranded dinghy, its wheels half sunk in sun-baked ruts. You feel like a ghost trudging the world's longest runway without a destination. About 2 more hours to the river, Thomas says, though you'd guess it's more like 4, given nothing has matched his estimates since breakfast. He rubs his sunburned neck and glances at the oxen who stand panting, heads drooped in dusty defeat. You recall from Section 1 how oxen were chosen for their hardiness, not speed. The average ox could pull a ton at a gentle 2 miles per hour on favorable terrain, yet here the terrain is anything but favorable. A joke floats to the surface: if we hit 2 miles today, I'll consider it a miracle, on par with finding an ice cream stand in Death Valley. But you clamp down the quip. Laughter can wait for cleaner horizons. Thomas leans an elbow on the tongue of the wagon and peers across the rolling sea of golden grass. The horizon seems to tremble as though it might collapse into a bottomless pit if you stare at it too long. For a fraction of a second, you imagine that horizon breathing inhale, exhale, beckoning you forward or warning you off. You grip that wooden wheel beam knuckles, white, as if holding on to life itself. The wind gusts again, rattling the wagon's canvas top like a startled bird beating its wings. Bits of dust sting your cheeks, so you duck behind the wooden side rail covering your eyes. You remember from Section 2 that some travelers wore bandanas tied around their faces like outlaws believing cotton could filter out sandstorms. You wrap a handkerchief around your mouth, feeling the fine grit catch in the folds. It's a laughable defense against a prairie cyclone, yet somehow it feels like control. You push off the wagon and walk alongside for a stretch, feeling the draft catch of every yoke buckle and axle creak. Each squeak resonates through your bones, reminding you that this contraption, your declaration of hope, must cooperate or leave you stranded. A fringe claim surfaces. Certain wagoneers painted their wheels with layers of animal fat to prevent splintering under heat and dust. A bit of grease might save your axles from snapping. Historians still argue whether such coatings sped rot or simply offered a temporary shield. You pat the wheel's rim with a dab of tallow from your pocket, hoping it buys you a day of peace. The sun dips slightly, casting long saute shadows that chase the wagon's tracks like hungry dogs. You sense a shift in temperature, a hint of relief, though you know only a fool mistakes dusk's glare for refuge. Thomas glances over his shoulder, spotting what looks like a herd of buffalo grazing miles off, almost a mirage in the shimmering heat. He urges the oxen toward that distant black mass. If we can trade some flour for bison meat at the next landmark, we're set for a week. You almost balk at the thought of flipping precious flour for fresh meat. But you know how quickly staples vanish. You picture a hunk of smoky, charred buffalo steak, each bite promising more than calories, a rebellion against starvation. But then your memory pulls you back. Buffalo were sacred to some tribes, and hunting them without permission could spark tragedy. You recall from Section 4 how a misstep near native camps sometimes led to tense standoffs. A joke pops up. Imagine getting gored by moral outrage rather than buffalo horns. At least that'd give you a story. Yet you swallow it, mindful that respect for local customs might mean the difference between life and a lonely grave. Your shirt clings to your back as you climb back into the wagon's bed. You settle against the canvas, rubbing your arms to ward off chill as the wind dips with the sun. You close your eyes, listening to the steady creak of the wheels and the lazy bellow of the oxen. Somewhere cracks of prairie lightning flicker behind distant clouds, promising either welcome rain or a sudden deluge. A mainstream detail, thunderstorms on the plains, could drop half a year's worth of rain in a single hour, flooding the trail and turning your path to treacherous mud. Historians still argue whether setting up camp before storms was wiser than pressing on in hopes of reaching cover. Either choice risked disaster. You shudder as a gust of wind whips dust into your eyes. You wipe them clear, noticing the grandeur of the sunset, violet hues pooling at the horizon stained gold by the prairie's dust. Below, the land tilts into shadow, and the wagon's silhouette stretches long and lean like a giant insect in repose. The moment feels sacred, as though the world paused to let you marvel at its beauty, despite the threaded poses. Your stomach growls and you fumble for Aunt Agnes's packet of dried blackberries prizes she's rationed for emergencies. You crack open the pouch, pop a berry into your mouth, and let its tartness burn you awake. You wonder if by tomorrow you'll be craving even that small scrap of sweetness. You pop another, then toss the rest to the oxen as a bribe for speed. They nibble cautiously, chewing with halting interest, and you wonder if introducing them to berry flavor is a kindness or a distraction. Aunt Agnes checks her pocket watch, her only concession to modernity, and proclaims, "We must camp soon before we lose light." You nod. As the last sunbeam dims, you slide down from the bed and help Thomas unhitch the oxen near a sparse copse of cottonwood trees, your first real sign of life in hours. The air's chill sharpens around your ankles as you unroll the blanket you share, grateful for the day's end. Cousin Ned Eyes, still following the fading stars, offers a whispered exclamation. Polaris is almost in position. You pat his shoulder with a tired grin. Save your star map for midnight. Right now, I need sleep. He nods, quelling his celestial zeal in favor of a brief rest. As you lay your head on the rolled blankets, the prairie's hush wraps around you, a lullaby of distant coyotes and rustling grass. You drift toward sleep, but in the back of your mind, you know tomorrow will bring the river's challenge, rattlesnake dangers, and the sun's unrelenting glare. Yet, for this brief night, you find solace in the fact that you and your ragtag crew survived the day's mile-long parade of dust. The embers of the campfire crackle, promising another dawn, and you whisper to the prairie tomorrow, shadows will flicker again, and you'll trudge forward one shaky step at a time. You drift, carried on the trail's steady creak, toward dreams woven from the same fabric as the morning's dust. You wake to the sharp sound of splashing water, an insistent cold slap against your shins that sends a jolt through your bones. The horizon's first light reveals you stand at the edge of a roaring river, whose current churns like a grumpy bear's stomach. Your wagon's wheels sink a few inches into the muddy bank, and the moment you step forward, you taste that river's chill on your lips, an unwelcome greeting in the early morning hush. A fringed tidbit nips at your thoughts. Some wagoners believed wetting your hair with river water would ward off fever, a trick they swore came from trappers wandering the Rockies. Historians still argue whether such folk remedies prevented sickness or simply hastened hypothermia. You shiver, tugging your sun-warm shirt tighter against the morning's chill, and glance at Thomas. He's already in the water up to his knees, trying to gauge its depth by tossing a rock ahead. Each rock slides beneath the surface faster than he anticipates, and you see his brow furrow with the emerging threat of misjudgment. A mainstream historical fact. More travelers on the Oregon Trail drowned during river crossings than by any other single cause, with estimates suggesting that 1 in 5 crossings led to at least one lost ox, if not a drowned settler. Historians still argue whether pioneers should have waited for spring's lower water levels or taken risks when timing was tight. But the reality is stark. Many lost not only supplies but also loved ones in these frigid waters. Aunt Agnes stands on the bank, clutching her shawl and reciting a hurried prayer you can't decipher, though its cadence reminds you of a hymn. Behind her, Cousin Ned grips his fractured sundial as though it might point him to shallow ground. Watch for that sandbar, he warns, voice trembling. Yet you see the water's surface ripple in deceptive swirls, sandbars hidden just beneath the glare, waiting to scuttle any foolhardy oxen. You close your eyes briefly, drawing a sharp breath and letting the river's roar fill your lungs, anchoring your spirit. A joke surfaces if only the oxen had life preservers. That might have saved them from the river's death hug. But your oxen stand tethered, snuffling, oblivious to the peril, their breath visible in puffs that drift across the water like ghostly lanterns. Thomas beckons you forward. You step into the current, and the cold wraps around your calves like an iron clasp. You lean back into the wagon's tow rope, testing its tension, each taut strand a fragile lifeline against the river's unrelenting push. A mainstream detail, tangled tow ropes often snap during crossings because wet hemp swelled under tension. Some savvy pioneers dipped rope in lard or tallow to repel water, though effectiveness varied. Historians still argue Whether these improvised treatments saved more ropes than they ruined, either way you've slathered yours with grease from your dwindling stock, hoping it'll hold. You lean into the current, straining to keep your footing as the water tries to sweep you downstream. The river's roar fills your ears, drowning out Aunt Agnes's prayers and Ned's frantic star charting. You clench your jaw against the sting in your lungs as each step nearly pitches you forward. The water reaches your waist now, and you feel the riverbed stones shift beneath you, sleek, treacherous rocks that threaten to upend you at every misstep. A joke flirts on the brink. If I only had angler's boots, I'd be strolling this river like a fancy gentleman, though he'd probably sink just the same. You shake it away. There's no room for whimsy when hypothermia lurks in every cold wave. Thomas calls back, voice ragged with exertion. It's deeper than I thought. You tighten your grip on the rope and consider retreating. But retreat means abandoning the wagon and likely losing every supply too precious to replace. You pitch your weight forward, planting each foot deliberately as though dancing a deadly waltz with the river's grip. A fringe rumor drifts a few reckless souls once lashed, inflated animal skins to their waists, an attempt at makeshift flotation, though their wet skins often shredded under the current strain. Historians still debate whether such leather rafts ever saved lives or simply added to the confusion when currents swept them away. Suddenly, the wagon's wheel strikes a submerged log, sending a jolt through the entire structure. You stagger, nearly losing your footing, and scramble to grab Thomas's hand. He yanks you upright, but you know your boots now brim with icy water, each movement sucking precious heat from your limbs. A mainstream note, cold water, robs heat from your body 25 times faster than air at the same temperature. Many pioneers lost consciousness in mere minutes of immersion. Historians still argue whether allowing a child to cross on a parent's shoulders was safer than having them wade alone. Either choice carried peril. Ahead, you glimpse a small sandbar, barely an island amid swirling currents. It offers a chance to wrest a stubborn outcrop that might grant you a breath before tackling the deeper channel. Thomas signals, and you angle toward it, each step an agony of frozen muscle. The river's spray smacks your face like icy droplets of dread. When you finally reach the bar, you collapse onto the sand, gasping for air. Your clothes cling to your skin, sodden and heavy, and each breath feels like inhaling shards of ice. You slip one boot off to feel your toes, and they're already numb, a clear warning that frostbite isn't far behind. Or rather, hypothermia's cousin in the underworld of cold suffering. Aunt Agnes rushes beside you, pouring the last of her coffee substitute, a muddy brew of acorn flour and water, into a tin cup. You cradle it, though its warmth is fleeting. She insists it'll chase the river's chill from your bones. It's an elixir, she proclaims. You take a sip. It tastes like sour earth. You admire her resolve. She keeps offering small comforts, even as her prayer beads rattle against her ribs. A fringed detail surfaces in dire moments. Pioneers chewed willow bark for its salicylic acid, believing it would stave off chills. Historians still argue whether willow bark's febrifuge properties actually warded off hypothermia-induced illness, or if exhaustion nullified any benefit. Thomas hauls himself onto the sandbar with a groan, shaking his head like a drowned pup. You stare at him, noting his lips have turned pale. The water's crown of cold has claimed his cheeks. You consider rowing him across the rest of the current, carrying his weight as well as yours. But the wagon and oxen await, tethered on the far side, their low bellow echoing in your chest. You glance toward them. One ox snorts, flinging river-drenched hair over its flank, while the other stands uneasy neck, craned toward deeper water. A joke swirls. If I could bribe a fish to tow them, I'd save myself a day's misery. You push down the thought, knowing barter won't convince trout to herd oxen. Are you going back for the wagon? Thomas rasps, teeth chattering. You nod, though you feel dread curling in your stomach like a lurking snake. You draw a sharp breath, gulping coffee that tastes of regret, and push to your feet. Agonizing minutes pass as you tug on your sodden boots, each boot a capsule of cold water that sloshes out like unwilling victims. Remember that midnight's frozen quagmire in Section 3, and how your fingertips felt like brittle twigs under frost's bite. This is the same, only masked by the river's roar. You grip the rope again, steeling yourself. Thomas holds the other end, ready to anchor you against the current's pull. You lean in, each muscle taut, and step off the sandbar into the deeper churn. The water hits you at waist level, and your breath freezes in your lungs. It's harder to move than before now you contend with the current's full force. You lean on Thomas for a moment, nodding a silent apology as you slip past eyes stinging from cold river spray. Each step seizes your calves, and you force your boots to find footing on slick riverbed stones. You can hear the water gurgle around your waist as if mocking your efforts. Suddenly, your foot lands on a submerged hole, an unexpected drop that sucks your balance like a vacuum. You lurch forward. The rope slips from your grip. Instantly, the river's current grabs you by the arm and yanks you downstream. You thrash, trying to claw back to stability, but the river's hand is relentless. Your legs flail, seeking purchase where none exists. For a moment, you feel weightless, suspended between sinking and swimming. A scream escapes you, though it's swallowed by the river's roar. You remember from Section 2 how handkerchiefs tied around your mouth might stave off dust, not forceful water. Now, as water fills your mouth, you realize there's no filter for a river's appetite. Panic claws at your mind as your body goes slack. The cold robs strength from your limbs. A mainstream detail hypothermia can set in within 10 minutes in frigid river water, making coordinated movement impossible. Historians still argue whether wearing more layers despite the weight once wet offered net protection or simply increased drowning risk. Your senses narrow to a single thought: survive. You kick backward, legs spasming in icy denial until your foot scrapes a shallow ledge. With a gasp, you seize a handful of river grass and haul yourself forward, collapsing onto the sandbar with a ragged cough. You taste river silt, but at least your lungs feel less like frozen tombs. Aunt Agnes is there in a heartbeat, tugging your shirt as you lie gasping. Behind her, Thomas stands at the water's edge, knuckles white on the rope relief, leaking from his eyes like rain from storm clouds. You shiver violently each breath, shuddering through your body. Ned emerges from the wagon's shadow, eyes wide and awestruck. I didn't think you'd... He starts voice trailing off. You press a hand to your heart, feeling every beat like a drum skin stretched too tight. Lost my foot in your croak mouth tasting like riverbed. You try to stand, but your legs buckle and tremble. Thomas and Agnes half lift you, supporting your weight. They look at each other, faces etched with worry. Through chattering teeth, you smile. I was due for a swim anyway. The reviving warmth of the sand beneath your back feels like a miracle. You take a deep breath, willing strength into your limbs. A fringe rumor whispers a few pioneers survived near drownings by rolling in the sun-warmed bank to combat hypothermia, though some did so only long enough to succumb later. Historians still argue whether immediate exposure to sun or wrapping in blankets offered better recovery chances. You decide right now to cling to sun's promise, hoping it can chase river's chill from your marrow. Thomas helps you up, and you stumble forward, clothes heavy as river stones. Agnes drapes her shawl around your shoulders, dry fabric scraped from a corner of the wagon, cradling you as though you're a child. You shiver, drawing warmth from her kindness more than any cloth could offer. Ned stands slipping off his boots to wade into the water, retrieving the rope that snapped from his numb fingers. Behind him, you see the wagon's wheels finally cresting the opposite bank, where oxen linger uncertain whether to press on or retreat. Their matted hides glisten with river droplets, each one a testament to survival, though you suspect one misstep could tilt them toward drowning too. You pull yourself fully onto the sandbar, one shaky step at a time, and collapse face down in the sandy soil. The grain presses into your cheek like tiny reminders of the cost you've paid. Your breaths come slow but steady, and the sun's warmth kisses your exposed neck. You gaze up at the sky, watching clouds drift like indifferent spectators. A joke floats: if clouds had responsibility, they'd be tossing rain on the settlers' paychecks before dawn. Yet you close your eyes to falling sunlight, feeling the day's fight slip from your body. As you sit recuperating, Thomas drapes a loose blanket around your shoulders, and Aunt Agnes holds the village of your hands like a sacred amphora. Ned paces, casting nervous glances riverward. You realize the crossing has claimed half a morning, and the trail still stretches far beyond. But right now you survive each ragged breath, a defiance against the river's appetite. You glance at your companions and offer a shaky smile, one river down, 800 miles to go. They nod, sharing a brief grin laced with solidarity and fear. You rise, hoisting yourself to your feet, and feel the river's pull finally loosen its grip. You take a tremulous step forward, each muscle protesting, and seize the rope Ned offers. Together, you'll refasten it and guide the oxen across, but for this moment, you savor life's fragile pause. The river's roar fades behind you as you turn your gaze toward the trail's dusty horizon, knowing that survival here is a gift measured in heartbeats. Each one a reminder that the world is vast, perilous, and breathtakingly alive. You limp back onto the trail river water, still sloshing in your boots, and each step feels like pressing a blade through your soul. The prairie's sun has climbed higher, relentless as ever, and your clothes cling to your skin like a second, unwelcome epidermis. Exhaustion pools under your eyes, and the mere act of lifting your leg feels monumental. A fringed tidbit nudges your thoughts. Some pioneers believed that taping rusted horseshoes to their boots would ward off injuries, though skeptics found this more superstition than safety. Historians still argue whether such folk remedies ever saved a single soul. You squint toward a distant grove of cottonwood trees, their pale leaves whispering in a wind that seems as hot as the trail itself. Your brother Thomas trudges beside you, shoulders stooped under the weight of responsibility and likely a load of guilt for nearly drowning you. He's murmuring under his breath, tracing cartographic lines on the dusty ground, convinced that if he just shifts your path a few degrees north, you'll hit a shallow ford some miles ahead. You glance at Aunt Agnes, who walks behind her fabric gown, weighed down by sweat and dust, the wicker basket now empty, save for a few scraps of cloth. She's carefully stepping around prairie dog holes, scanning the ground for edible roots, humming a hymn that offers minor solace. Her gaze flicks upward as a lone hawk wheels overhead, talons extended as if deciding which of you to snatch for a snack. Cousin Ned, a few paces back, stops to jot a note in his battered journal, sighing as the wind steals the page's edges. Clouds coming in, he announces, though the sky remains an undulating swath of blue. You suspect he's hoping for rain to cool the air, but you zip your flannel shirt tighter around your chest. Moisture now means mud, and mud means stuck wagons. A mainstream historical fact, thunderstorms on the plains could drop a foot of rain in an hour, transforming the trail into quagmire that trapped wagons for days. Historians still argue whether travelers should have chosen narrower, rockier paths to avoid such hazards or stuck to known routes and risked these deluges. You hope fate spares you from either choice. The ground beneath you shifts subtly, a sign that you're approaching your next waypoint, a shallow bluff where travelers carved their names into stone, though most have long since worn away. You recall that scouting ahead this morning, you glimpsed those weathered initials, E. Harper J. Miller, and a faint, nearly illegible Sarah T., etching the stories of those who once passed this way. You kneel, letting your fingertips trace the grooves, feeling the stone's heat like a diminished ember. In this moment, you hear echoes of their footsteps, their hopes, and their regrets, swirling around you like the prairie wind. Aunt Agnes steps up beside you, tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, and murmurs, "They say each carving here holds a spirit guiding safe passage if you honor the stone." You nod, though you're dubious. Yet you place a small scrap of thread on the ledge, a token of gratitude, or perhaps a plea for mercy. A joke flirts, if the stone truly offered guidance, it might simply point you to the nearest saloon instead of Oregon. But you bite it back, mindful that hope comes in small offerings. Thomas consults his map and declares, "We cross this ridge, then descend toward the prairie, draw a low valley where a seasonal creek may run." You sigh, readying yourself for another grueling ascent. The trail narrows as you climb the prairie, giving way to tufts of blue grama grass, their feathery heads brushing your ankles like teasing fingers. Each step up the slope sends grains of earth skittering backward as if the land itself resists your progress. You push on, feeling your calf muscles tremble, remembering mid-morning's near fall. A fringe rumor drifts some wanderers' claim that stepping only on shaded parts of the trail could keep your boots cooler, preventing blisters, a practice some said swung like a dance with the sun. Historians still argue whether sun avoidance saved more feet than mobility. But your own feet have blister stories enough. At the ridge's crest, you pause, letting the wind buffet you carried from distant mountains where snow may still cling. Below, a ribbon of dusty road unfurls, and beyond that, the prairie rolls until it meets a faint blue haze, the Smoky Hills region. You can almost taste the cool air of higher elevations, a promise of respite beyond the heat's dominion. Yet you know better than wishful thinking. Those hills hide their own perils, rattlesnakes basking on sunlit rocks, and timid rattlers ready to strike if your boot crosses a hiding place. You squint across the dip and spot a shallow creek, glinting like a necklace, a water source at last. Your heart tugs part relief, part dread. Water means muddy banks, slippery rocks, and likely no shade. Yet you crave its cool embrace. Thomas points to the creek and exhales a breath you wish would settle your own racing pulse. "We rest there," he announces. Agnes beams at you, tucking the token thread into her basket and leading the way down the ridge. Cousin Ned, checking the sundial despite the glaring sun, claims you'll reach water before noon. You nod, though your watch melted its hands hours ago. Time here is measured in steps, breaths, and day-night cycles, rather than minutes. The descent feels quicker than the climb, gravity helping each puckered joint. Midway down, you hear the trill of meadowlarks, woven threads of melody that lift your spirits. You catch a glimpse of a prairie dog poking its head from a burrow, then vanishing like a vanishing act at the edge of the stage. You kneel at its hole, tapping a gentle rhythm on the earth, an acknowledgement of the creature's domain. Perhaps they too wonder what folly drives humans across this expanse. You smile at the notion that prairie dogs might find you just as curious, if not more than you find them. You reach the creek's bank as a rattler slithers into the grass, its diamond-patterned hide camouflaged almost perfectly. You freeze until it's gone, realizing how close you came to a peril you barely noticed. Your heart thumps with relief as you lower yourself, rolling your trousers above your knees and dipping your toes in the water. The shock of cold sends an electric thrill through your spine. You can feel every nerve awaken. A mainstream historical fact: in drier months, these creeks often ran clear, but after storms, they could turn brown with silt, harboring unseen parasites. Historians still argue whether purifying water by boiling was truly effective against all threats, or merely a best-guess ritual. You dip a small kettle into the current-gathering water and watch the ripples swirl around your hands like liquid amber. Agnes offers you a tin cup, urging you to sip slowly. The water tastes of peat and earth, a far cry from your morning coffee, but precious nonetheless. You sip, feeling life return to parched cells. A joke emerges: if this water had a Yelp rating, it'd be 3 stars edible, but you'd bring your own garnish. Yet you gulp another swallow, chasing down thirst with near religious fervor. Thomas unhooks the wagon's tow rope, readying the oxen for their crossing. The current here is gentler. Halfway across, the water only laps at the oxen's knees. You watch intently as they step tentatively, muscles rippling beneath taut hides. A fringe belief surfaces: some travelers soaked their oxen's hooves in salt and believed it prevented swelling, but most found it pointless when heat and exhaustion already pressed sore. Historians still argue whether these salt baths genuinely improved oxen's resilience or simply wasted precious resources. You stoke a small fire on a flat rock carefully away from the grass to boil the water for tea, invoking a sense of normalcy in this rugged world. Cousin Ned, perched on a fallen log, sketches the seen oxen waist-deep in water. Thomas directing their path, Agnes humming a hymn behind them. You sip your tea as steam drifts upward, mingling with the morning mist rising from the creek. The warmth reaches your core, reminding you that even in adversity, small comforts survive. Cousin Ned looks up from his journal, eyes bright with discovery. The Pleiades are visible there. He points past the water where dust motes shimmer like distant stars. You nod, recalling his earlier celestial ambitions and how the night sky guided his dreams long before the prairie tested his mettle. You consider sharing your own dreams of cool cottages by fast-moving rivers or quiet evenings on sunlit porches, but you hesitate, unsure if stirring hope now is fair, when so many dangers lie ahead. Aunt Agnes gathers a handful of berries growing along the creek's edge, wild chokecherries, small and tangy, and offers you one. You pop it into your mouth. Its tartness pulls a grimace that quickly softens. She smiles satisfied and collects more for breakfast. You glance at Thomas, whose eyes trace the far bank where the trail continues into a swirl of tall grass and distant hills. He nods, and you understand rest is temporary. The trail, like destiny, awaits. You rise, feeling warmth from the sun and the tea, and you realize that for this moment, you're alive and whole. A mainstream detail surfaces. Pioneers often took advantage of such chance halts to mend clothes, shoe oxen, and share stories, an essential ritual for restoring spirit before the next leg. Historians still argue whether these rest stops truly bolstered morale or simply delayed inevitable hardship. But you welcome this pause all the same. Thomas calls the oxen forward, and you step into the creek's shoal leg muscles, quaking at the cold's return. The oxen plod each step, anchoring the wagon deeper into the rhythmic river. You guide the kettle back along the bank, balancing each step as though you walk a tightrope above uncertainty. Agnes follows, berries in hand, and prayers on her lips. Ned remains on the bank, eyes scanning the sky for omens. Once across, you haul the wagon onto dry land and unyoke the oxen with practiced gestures. Each tether you cast feels like releasing a breath. The ground here is firmer, dotted with hardy prairie grass that tickles your ankles. You watch the oxen shake water from their coats, and you marvel at how something so ordinary feels miraculous, each droplet a testament to survival. As you gather your belongings, you remember the river's threat and the healer's warmth of the creek's water. You think of the prairie dog's scuttled holes, rattlesnakes' hidden coils, and the river's icy grip that nearly claimed you. Each hazard you've overcome cements the fact that you are forging a fragile path through a land that offers wonders and dangers in equal measure. You shoulder your pack and call to the others' voices, muted by reverence for the land's power. Ahead, the trail curves toward the Smoky Hills, where new challenges await rocky ascents, more water crossings, and the uncertainty of each step. But for now, you carry the creek's quiet blessings in your veins, the water that cooled your fevered limbs, the tea that warmed your soul, and the shared moments of survival that bind you closer than blood. You turn toward the ridge's ascent, smelling sage and wild mint that grows along the creek's banks, an aroma that visits your dreams tonight. The path ahead winds through gentle slopes that rise like distant promises. Each footstep crunched on the prairie soil, marking time one step forward, one step toward destiny. The land hums around you, and you know that every river conquered, every star chart scribbled, and every prayer murmured in the chapel echoes through these plains, a testament that even when hope flickers like embers in the wind, it can still ignite a fire bright enough to guide you home. You stumble out of the burnished dawn into a haze of fevered breaths and frantic whispers. Cholera's ghost has slipped aboard your wagon train. Your chest constricts as you watch Mrs. Tompkins collapse beside the trail, clutching her abdomen as though two iron bands squeeze her ribs. The air tastes of desperation, like sour milk left too long in the sun, and a stench rises from rutted wagon tracks where oxen's hooves churn damp mud into a miasma of disease. You press a hand to your brow, feeling a clammy bead of sweat crawl down your skin. A fringed tidbit ricochets through your mind. Some travelers believed that drinking only whiskey for a day would ward off cholera. Historians still argue whether such spirits offered any antiseptic benefit or simply hastened dehydration. Your brother Thomas bends over Mrs. Tompkins, eyes wide and panicked, as he tries to stanch the cold sweat that glistens on her pallid face. "Fetch the linen," he pleads, voice quivering like a cracked bell. You sprint to your supplies, hands shaking as you tear a sheet from your bedding. You ignore the layer of dust that billows white as ghosts and stuff the linen into Thomas's hands. You recall from Section 4 how the river's chill nearly stole your breath. Now a different chill grips the wagon train, one that no creek can dispel. A mainstream historical fact, cholera outbreaks along the Oregon Trail in the 1840s and 1850s claimed upwards of 3,000 pioneer lives, often spreading rapidly in camps where water sources were contaminated. Historians still argue whether the true culprit was tainted river water or inadequate sanitation in crowded trail towns. You kneel beside Mrs. Tompkins, pressing the damp linen to her forehead. She moans, eyes rolling, and you catch a glimpse of her teeth chattering like hammers against wood. Her fingers spasm, curling into fists as though wringing pain out of her bones. You look up to find Aunt Agnes hovering, her own face drawn tight with fear. She clutches a small vial of laudanum, murmuring prayers under her breath, though her hands shake, as if uncertain the remedy can touch this blight. You swallow hard and place a gentle hand on Agnes's shoulder. "We'll do everything we can," you whisper. She nods, though you sense her trust is as frayed as the tag on your canteen. Cousin Ned stands a few paces away, sketchbook forgotten in his lap, as he watches the horror unfold. He scribbles frantic notes. Symptoms: rice water stools, rapid dehydration, loss of muscle tone. His journal pages flutter in the wind, yet he scribbles on as though recording a final dirge. He peers at you, and over his shoulder at Mrs. Tompkins' voice quivering. She's losing color like a wilted flower. You nod, watching her lips turn the shade of curdled milk as she gasps. Your heart hammers a frantic rhythm. No hymn, no prayer will chase this fever. You wonder aloud whether boiling all water might stem the tide here or send your oxen to untimely collapse. Beyond her wagons form a ragged horseshoe, their sides stained with hurried daubings of chalk triangle marks signifying illness. A joke wells near your lips. If chalk cured cholera, we'd all be scribes, but you swallow it, lest Mrs. Tompkins' daughter catch you mocking. Thomas covers Mrs. Tompkins' trembling hand with his own, whispering, "Stay with me." He turns his head, eyes wet, and motions toward the camp's makeshift doctor, a gnarled army surgeon who paces with a lantern and a box of instruments. The doctor's once proud uniform is dust-caked and stained, his hat brim folded downward like a defeated soldier. You recall from Section 2 how this same surgeon patched a broken wagon wheel with a splash of brandy and a prayer. Now he kneels, opening his medical kit, tinctures, purgatives, clots of cotton, and mutters, 2 grains of calomel every hour, plenty of water if they can keep it down. He injects a syringe into Mrs. Tompkins's arm, and she shudders violently. A fringed detail surfaces some settlers ground charcoal into a paste to treat diarrhea. Historians still argue whether activated charcoal from burned wood had any real effect, or was merely binding in the creeds of desperation. You gather water from the nearest creek filtered through a cloth sack Agnes fashioned and attempt to coax Mrs. Tompkins to sip a teaspoon. She gags and shoves your hand away, face contorted in agony. You grit your teeth, pressing a rag to your own lips as you breathe in her pain. It's marvelously cruel how proximity to illness makes your stomach lurch. You've been warned. Handling cholera patients requires gloves and strict hand washing. In lye soap, a luxury few implements provide on the trail. You scrub your hands at a pail of water, ignoring the slight burn that follows. A joke skitters across your mind. Cholera won't get me, but this soap just might. Meanwhile, Thomas orders the wagons close, the cattle tethered away from the sick. Smoke from a small cooking fire drifts upward, carrying the scent of burnt coffee beans, an attempt to sterilize blankets near the patient. Agnes drapes another linen over Mrs. Tompkins's legs, though it soon trails in blood-streaked mud. You find yourself wondering if by dawn the entire camp will know this hush, a hush not of reverence, but of dread, one that mutes even the prairie winds. A mainstream detail, many cholera outbreaks were exacerbated by travelers' reluctance to bury the dead promptly. Some wagoneers insisted on coffin-making rituals, even as they risked contagion. Historians still argue whether delaying burials was out of filial piety or sheer terror of the unknown. Ned hovers near the doctor, eyes darting between pages of his journal and the flares of patients arriving, fellow travelers leaning on each other, groaning as they stagger toward suffering. You catch sight of Mr. Patel from Section 1, clutching his robe, eyes wild as he staggers toward the doctor. Behind him, 2 infants cry in chorus, a mournful symphony that pierces your heart. You swallow hard, forcing yourself to continue the relentless beating of your own heart, reminding yourself that panic is a luxury none here can afford. You turn your attention back to Mrs. Tompkins, watching her eyes flutter in delirium. Her daughter kneels beside her, tears streaming down her face, and you recognize the same desperation you felt when you realized your food stores had dwindled to nothing. The daughter whispers, "Mama, please come back," and you press a hand to your lips to hold back your own tears. The surgeon glances up, sodden with fatigue, and nods. 20 minutes, he says, voice hollow. Then we'll know if she turns the corner. You cringe at his phrase. It sounds like a gambler hoping for a lucky roll. You swallow another gulp of bitter coffee and try to steady your racing pulse by pressing both hands to the cool ground. The hush deepens as neighboring travelers set up distance from the afflicted. You notice wagons shifting positions like timid animals anxious to escape the camp's shadow. Each step you take leaves a footprint in damp earth, footprints that promise no more than momentary existence before being erased by time or water. You conclude that cholera is an eraser of souls, one that doesn't discriminate between pioneer or pauper. A joke surfaces: if erasers could erase cholera, we'd all be drafting apology letters to the prairie. But you clamp down the thought, knowing the living need all your focus. The sun climbs higher still, its glare dancing on the surgeon's steel instruments. He turns to you and asks, "Fetch more water and basil if you can find it." You blink. Basil Aunt Agnes once boasted that basil wards off bad spirits, another fringe remedy. You recall from Section 3 how you passed a small stand of wildflowers near the creek. Could that be Basil's cousin? You dash away, leaving Thomas to stare at Mrs. Tompkins's sunken eyes. You jog toward a stand of low-lying sagebrush, scanning for leafy sprigs that might pass as basil. Each plant you pluck feels like a gamble. No one can say if it will cure or kill. Historians still argue whether herbal treatments along the trail offered any real medicinal benefit, or if hope drove their use more than science. You return with handfuls of green leaves and swirl back into camp sweat pouring from your brow. The surgeon rubs the plant between his fingers, musing, "Basil, some say it stimulates the stomach. Others claim it soothes an upset belly." You press your lips together, recalling the surgeon's earlier lectern-like tone when he condemned those who trusted folk remedies over purgatives. Now he seems willing to try anything. He tears the basil leaves into a pot of near-boiling water, concocting a crude infusion. "Drink this slowly," he instructs Mrs. Tompkins through chattering teeth. She sips, grimacing, as flavors of pepper and earth swirl in her mouth. You watch her gag, then swallow, and for a moment you hope the basil will work. You recall how in Section 2 you once downed a spoonful of powdered buffalo gall to calm indigestion and attempt to believe in panaceas. Now you wonder if your own belief, stronger than any remedy, might tip fate in her favor. Yet you swallow that hope. You've watched too many flickers of optimism snuffed out like smoldering embers. Across the camp, a ripple of unrest spreads as another traveler falls, Mr. Patel, doubling over, beckoning to his wife. She kneels, her shawl slipping from one shoulder as she gropes for the calomel. The surgeon's attention splits between them, and you hurry forward, offering the remainder of your water canteen and more basil. His voice grows terse. "We need to ration. 1 cup per patient now, no more." Your heart sinks as you hear that rationing water is tantamount to starvation. You nod, dashing a tear from your cheek as you measure careful sips for each victim. Meanwhile, Ned trails into the wagon, emerging with a handful of chalk and a small piece of charcoal. He kneels, and draws lines on a scrap of fabric, creating a tally of the ill and departed. You catch a glimpse: Henry K. deceased, Mary T. recovering, Samuel J. convalescent. Each name is a tally mark that thunders like a prison guard's gong. He glances at you with wet eyes, voice barely a whisper. We need to keep track. If we lose count, we'll lose hope. You offer a thin smile torn by grief and exhaustion. Agnes kneels before a wounded child, baby Lily from the wagon behind yours, who whimpers, clutching her small belly. You remember how yesterday she laughed as you shared a handful of biscuits. Now she lies limp as wilted leaf eyes, glassy with fever. Agnes kisses the child's forehead, murmuring, "Be brave, my flower." You feel a swelling guilt. You couldn't shield Lily's laughter from this scourge any more than you could protect your own. The camp's atmosphere has shifted from grim determination to brittle tension. Travelers who once greeted each other with hearty mornings now offer only hollow nods, faces drawn like carved wood. In this crucible of disease, hope is a fragile trinket slipping between fingers as the march toward Oregon continues relentlessly. You gather your courage and speak, voice low but firm. We must move camp downstream. Water there might be clearer. Thomas hesitates, then nods. If we stay here, cholera will spread faster than any wagon can travel. As you help rally the survivors, draping Mrs. Tompkins' thin frame over a spare canvas, coaxing Lily into Agnes's arms, you feel the weight of leadership settle on your shoulders. You are no longer simply a sweeper of scullery floors or polisher of boots. Now you are a guardian of fragile lives, suspended between thirst and disease. A joke surfaces, bitter yet true. Who knew no man's land meant no man's immunity? But you swallow it, aware that humor can be a blade sharper than any scalpel. You guide the survivors to pack what they can: breadcrumbs for sustenance, a kettle of hot water for tea, and the last of Aunt Agnes's basil, now reduced to brittle stems. Thomas lingers, casting one final glance at the spot where Mrs. Tompkins collapsed. You wrap a burlap sack around his shoulders, urging him forward. The wagon train creaks, wheels groaning, as you jostle it toward the lean grass off to the side, away from the contaminated bank. A lone vulture wheels overhead, as though marking a feast to come. You swallow a sob and urge the oxen onward, heart thudding like a war drum. By midday, the new camp is pitched on higher ground, gravelly soil that seems less tainted. You arrange blankets and straw, directing Agnes to lay Lily on a clean pallet beneath a shade tree. Thomas stands vigil over Mrs. Tompkins, who lies still as stone basil infusion pooling around her lips. You kneel beside her, pressing a cool cloth to her brow, and murmur, "Hold on, Aunt Sarah will be proud of you." She blinks, and for a moment you glimpse warmth in her eyes, a spark of recognition. You clutch her hand, pressing your strength into her frail fingers. As the sun peaks, the camp settles into uneasy quiet. No one eats, no one sings. The only sounds are the river's distant roar and the low groans from within blankets. You feel a hollow ache in your gut, hunger tangling with fear. You think of the staples left in your wagon: dried beans, rancid bacon, hardtack so old it could chip a tooth. Yet not a soul dares eat. Indigestion could ruin a stomach already teetering on collapse. You decide to gather firewood both for warmth and to boil more water. You hike into the sparse cottonwoods, plucking branches that crackle under your fingers. Each crack seems to echo the camp's broken spirits. You bundle twigs, humming a soft tune Aunt Agnes taught you, an old lullaby meant to ward off nightmares. A mainstream historical fact, pioneers often relied on songs and stories to bolster morale during epidemics, creating a communal shield against despair. Historians still argue whether such songs offered genuine psychological refuge or simply delayed the panic. You return to the camp, dropping the wood beside a small fire pit. Agnes kneels next to Lily, softly chanting a prayer for comfort. Ned stands vigil beside a pile of dry leaves, ready to kindle the flame. You kneel and strike flint against steel sparks, dancing until a flicker of flame takes hold. You feed kindling, coaxing whispers of smoke, and soon the fire roars, sending ripples of golden warmth across the camp. The hush dissolves slightly as survivors inch closer, cupping hands to the flames like pilgrims seeking penance. Thomas stokes the fire under a large kettle, filling it with the creek's water. You sit next to Mrs. Tompkins, forcing that basil infusion between her chapped lips. She drinks slowly, then thanks you in a raspy whisper. You press her hand, telling her gently, "Keep fighting." She manages a weak nod before curling back into exhaustion. For a moment, mortality hangs in the dull ache of her breath, a reminder that this trail doesn't forgive. Cousin Ned strikes another flint, sending sparks skyward. He murmurs, "If only stars could guide this fire as well as they guide our path." You nod, focusing on the flame's glow, each flicker a minor victory over the river's chill and the disease's chill. You distribute small cups of basil tea elixir, or placebo, whatever it takes to kindle hope. Survivors sip, grimacing, but you see determination reawaken in their eyes. Hours later, as the sun slides toward dusk, the camp settles into a ritual of vigilance. 2 watches for the ill one to tend the fire and another to patrol the perimeter. You take the first watch with Thomas, silent except for the river's distant pulse. He watches Mrs. Tompkins' shallow chest movements each breath, an uncertain gift. A joke flickers. If that river could breathe, I'd ask it to toss cholera back downstream. But you bite it back, knowing how fragile hope truly is. Thomas sighs, voice low, as the river's murmur, "Do you think she'll make it through the night?" You hesitate, swallowing. "I pray," so you whisper. You slide off the wagon's board and kneel beside her again, pressing a hand to her back as she shivers beneath the blanket. You realize how mortal this world can be, how a single scoop of river water can snuff out a life. Yet, as stars emerge above a ragged crown of flickering diamonds, you see the constellations Thomas once prized. Tonight, Orion stands sentinel, his belt gleaming overhead. You find comfort in that distant light, a reminder that even as cholera claims lives here, the universe remains vast, indifferent, and beautiful. You whisper its name, Orion, and feel its cool gaze remind you that survival is a matter of faith, fortitude, and the small kindnesses that bind souls together on a trail that never truly sleeps. You wake to the acrid tang of smoke stinging your nostrils, someone's scrub brush caught embers, and now the faint blaze crackles like an angry spirit. The sky's pre-dawn pink bleeds into gray, and you realize the camp has shifted again. Survivors have moved uphill to avoid last night's rising creek, pitching new wagons among scrubby juniper and twisted sage. Your muscles protest as you push yourself upright, every joint still damp with last night's fevered sweat. A fringe rumor drifts across your memory. Some pioneers believed that sleeping under juniper trees warded off evil spirits, though botanists pointed out that inhaling juniper smoke could aggravate respiratory ailments. Historians still argue whether such beliefs originated from Native American practices or simply from trail-borne desperation. You brush away soot from your eyelids and scan the ridge the wagons stand precarious at the edge of a slope that drops toward a yawning chasm where the creek cascades into a narrow ravine. Aunt Agnes stands over a small pot of boiling water. She's determined to remove any lingering bacteria from last night's cholera outbreak. You step toward her, admiring her resolve. Even after patching Mrs. Tompkins with herbs and basil infusion and coaxing Lily through another fever, she maintains a steady calm. You feel a swell of admiration. Her strength has been the camp's anchor. "Morning," you whisper. She nods, slack smile, revealing the fatigue etched into her cheeks. "Collect more sage," she instructs gently. You know that sage tea is her newest remedy of choice. Some say its antimicrobial properties staved off infection. Historians still debate whether prairie sage truly offered medicinal value or merely comforted anxious souls. You gather bow-legged survivors and set them to patching wagons' ruts left by last night's deluge. Sergeant Patterson, the unofficial camp overseer, barks orders: "Fill these ruts with brush and dirt, or we lose wagons down the slope." You balance a wagon wheel flush against a rock, deftly using a metal pry bar to shift it upright. Your back aches as though blackened by last night's cholera battle, but you push onward. A mainstream detail emerges. Pioneer wagons were notoriously delicate, with wheels often splintering when poorly fixed. Fields of improvised repair shops dotted the trail, each limited by scant supplies and makeshift spares. Historians still argue whether sturdier metal wheels would have drastically reduced wagon breakdowns or simply weighed oxen down into exhaustion. You stagger toward the edge to watch Thomas coax the oxen over the makeshift fill. Each step they take resounds like a wooden drum rolling across the prairie. They grunt, muscles quivering under slick hides, but they plod sturdily over muck and earth, hauling the plastered wagon behind them. You exhale, feeling a glimmer of relief as no wheels collapse today. A joke bubbles on your lips. If only these oxen knew how often their backs saved our bacon. But the pun dies on your tongue, replaced by a deeper gratitude for their uncomplaining endurance. At the camp's far edge, Ned stoops to collect a handful of wild onions sprouting among the cracked earth. Breakfast, he offers, poking you with a gentle grin. You spit into a spoon a stew of remnants dried beef scraps from 2 days prior, a few morsels of hardtack crumbled into boiling water, and the onions he scavenged. The aroma is punishingly humble, but the taste of salt and spice brings tears to your eyes. Tears of relief that your body will have something to burn against today's cold and exertion. A fringe bit surfaces. Some voyageurs believed that wild onions warded off rattlesnake venom. Though medical authorities dismissed the notion, historians still argue whether snakebite survivors credited onions or sheer luck. You spoon out a bowl for Agnes, whose aching back trembles as she sits. She laughs softly. "I'll take mine with extra onions." You trade a weary smile, recalling how just yesterday she laughed at flower petal tea and now prizes pungent weeds. You glance at Mrs. Tompkins, reclining beneath a pale blanket, her cheeks newly flush as though life trickles back into her veins. You whisper, "Better." She nods, eyes unsteady. "The basil and your prayers," she rasped earlier. You swallow, feeling pride and heartbreak in equal measure. With bellies no longer empty, you set out to inspect supplies. You rummage through the wagon's crate, pulling out chipped tin cups, a half-pound of salted pork, preserved in bacon fat, and a frugal stack of flour sacks. You pause, recalling from Section 2 how pioneers rationed flour, 1 cup per person per day. In lean times, rations made leaner when cholera struck. You note the sack's bottoms have rotted slightly from ground moisture, but remain serviceable. You tie the flour sacks to your pack, adding a handful of dried beans. Each measure feels like a promise of survival. Ned approaches with a scrap of map ink, faded edges frayed. He points at a squiggle marking sand hills some 50 miles west. "If we keep pace, we reach water holes by noon," he says, voice confident. Yet you recall Section 3's attempt at a water hole that turned out to be a dry salt pan, leaving scalded tongues and frantic searches. You step back, catching a bit of dust in your mouth, and remind him softly, "Holes might be dry again." He shrugs. "We must try." Hope trembles on his words. You gather Thomas and Agnes beneath the wheat straw ridge, outlining the next leg, traverse 3 miles of open prairie, circumvent a tumble of eroded hills, then pick up the old telegraph line, often a crude guide to water sources. A mainstream historical note, many travelers followed abandoned telegraph poles, assuming survey crews sought water. Historians still argue whether relying on these ghostly signposts saved more lives than misled them into false oases. Aunt Agnes speaks, voice soft but unwavering. "Let's set out before the sun peeks over the ridge. Shadows might shield our pace. You nod, shade is precious when the prairie sun can scorch flesh. You call to Mrs. Tompkins, offering a handful of salt to revive her strength, and she pops the grains onto her tongue, then nods. Cousin Lily from the neighboring family tribe calls. Across we'll take turns, leading the oxen, giving Mrs. T rest. You thank her, grateful for shared kindness. As you hitch the oxen to the wagon and lace your boots for the day's march, you sense the camp's fragile unity. Shifting, a new rhythm emerges, one forged in shared suffering and stubborn hope. The sun peaks over the ridge, lifeblood spilling into cold veins, and you step forward with measured steps, each shifting weight on your feet, a defiance of fate's cruel hand. The open prairie looms ahead, a sea of waves in green and gold, broken occasionally by scrubby buttes rising like ancient sentinels. You recall from Section 1 the thrill of stepping onto open plains, the promise of adventure, and now feel trepidation at the same sight. The grasses whisper in the breeze, carrying the scent of distant sage and something faintly metallic like the taste of tears yet to be shed. You swallow, tightening your grip on the wagon's tow rope as Thomas gives a nod. The oxen plod forward, dust swirling beneath their hooves. As you march, a rooster's cry rises from the camp, an impulsive sound of life's continuity. A joke drifts. Even roosters won't let cholera halt wake-up calls. Yet you savor that absurdity, letting it ride your mind like a tether to sanity. By midday, the sun stands ruthless, and you stagger to a pause beneath a solitary cottonwood. You spread a threadbare blanket for shade, though the shelter is meager. You watch Thomas pour water into tin cups, 5 sips each, ensuring that no one collapses from thirst. A mainstream detail surfaces, setting water rations to sips per person was common when streams ran low. Historians still argue whether sharing scant water promoted unity or sparked furtive thefts when desperation peaked. You hold your cup, lifting it to your lips as though it were a chalice reserved for royalty. Agnes offers a handful of dried chokecherries' chewy tartness that ranks as delicacy in this desert of dust. You pop one into your mouth and wince as its flavor tugs at sweet and bitter. A fringe notion sparkles. Some old-timers chewed chokecherry seeds for mild analgesic relief, though the poison in raw pits made this practice a gamble. Scholars still debate whether toxic risks outweighed perceived benefits. You spit the seed aside and focus on the campaign ahead. Ned squints eastward, pointing at a wisp of smoke rising, likely another wagon train's camp. You consider signaling them help or threat. You gather your resolve and wave a scrap of cloth. A rating of hope flickers as you wonder whether they'll share water or treat you as competition. The smoke shivers, but doesn't dissipate. Perhaps they've seen the same famine. Before you can ponder longer, Thomas calls time's up. You offer the blanket to Mrs. Tompkins, who rests on a battered leather cushion pinned to the wagon's floor. Agnes helps her settle back her trembling form, drawing your empathy into fierce resolve. You climb back into the driver's seat, and the oxen crane their necks, sniffing the air as if sniffing for promise. You guide them forward, feeling each creak of the wagon under you like a heartbeat echoing across miles. As you navigate around a cluster of eroded buttes, you catch sight of pronghorn antelope grazing in the distance, flickering shadows in golden grass. Their sleek bodies and darting motion remind you of swallows skimming a summer lake, nimble, resilient. You wonder if you too can navigate this shifting terrain without falling prey to hunger or disease. A joke emerges. If only we could hitch one of those antelope to the wagon. You smile despite the sun's assault. Suddenly, a crackle of thunder rumbles across the sky, a prelude to a storm. Dark clouds swirl low, casting ominous shadows that race across the prairie like searching hounds. You feel the air shift, humidity rising, dust stirring, and that bird-like cry of crows wheeling overhead in frantic circles. You look to Cousin Ned, who frowns, recalling from Section 5 how sudden storms turn shallow creeks into raging torrents within minutes. You grit your teeth. You must find a safe water crossing before the sky bursts. Thomas spurs the oxen onward, and you pick your way across a wash, a shallow draw that looks bone dry. Beneath your boots, sand shifts unpredictably, and you imagine water surging through after a downpour, swirling like a maelstrom. The first peal of thunder rattles the sky as though demanding attention. You push the wagon across boots, sinking into the sand heart, thumping. A fringe detail intrudes. Old folk on the trail whispered that when thunder claps, it signals spirits, stirring spirits that might drag you into the underworld if you linger. Historians still argue whether such superstitions delayed pioneers or provided comfort amid chaos. You decide not to linger. As the wagon clears the wash, the sky opens and rain streaks down like arrows of light. The prairie transforms instantly, dust becomes mud, and the wagon's wheels clatter against rocks hidden by muddy pools. You shout, urging Thomas to steer wide around slick spots, but the bottoms of the wagon's wheels hit a hidden gully. The wheel sinks, water surges, and the wagon lurches violently. You and Thomas both throw weight to counterbalance, but the surge knocks the wagon's side coils against you, catching your arm in a bolt. Pain flares as the bolt presses into your skin and you cry out, loosening your grip on the reins. Aunt Agnes dashes from the rear, yanking on your jacket and wrenching you clear of the coil. You stumble backward, still clutching your injured arm as cold raindrops pound your face. The wagon wheels spin uselessly, mud sucked under them like quicksand. You call out to Thomas, hold fast. He wraps the oxen's tether around a stout juniper trunk, anchoring them just as lightning cracks overhead like a fractured spear. The rain hammers the prairie, now drenching you to the bone within moments. You hobble toward the wagon, noticing blood seeping from your arm. Agnes tears a strip from her flour sack and wraps it around the wound. The rag grows red quickly as rain mingles with blood, but she ties it tight and murmurs, hold still. Ned appears pressing a piece of iron wire to form a makeshift splint, securing your arm at its side. A cold lurch sinks into your belly. This injury tugs you closer to misery's edge. Thomas digs at mud around the axle with a small spade, trying to free the buried wheel. You drop to your knees to help, though pain zaps strength from your arms. Jagged roots snag your jeans, and you curse the land's treachery. A mainstream fact surfaces: many pioneers suffered debilitating injuries, not from gunshots, but from accidents, falling wagons, collapsing cots, or spilled kettles. Historians still argue whether more training in pioneer schooling could have reduced such accidents. You press the spade into the mud and pry, feeling the wheel shift ever so slightly. The storm rages as though mocking your plight. Rain blurs everything into a gray haze, and thunder's tremor rattles the wagon boards. You sense that if this wash crosses you again, the wagon might slip entirely. You push harder, thinking of Mrs. Tompkins still resting uphill, and of Lily's fevered body curled beneath Agnes's shawl in the new camp. Finally, the wheel releases with a loud pop, echoing across the sodden prairie. You and Thomas laugh exhausted, triumphant laughter as fleeting as the rainbow that arcs overhead now. You wrap your injured arm in more cloth, steeling yourself against the searing pain. Agnes helps you up, guiding each step toward the oxen. Thomas readjusts the wheel and jibes. Where to next? You point into the dim distance where hills blur into cloud-swept horizon. You mount the driver's seat again, bracing your injured arm against the side. The rain tapers to a drizzle, and the thunder recedes into rumbles. The prairie's green seems richer, as though it took the rain into its bones and exhaled life in return. You breathe in the scent of wet earth and sage, letting it fill your lungs like a benediction, proof that even trauma can be bathed away, replaced by renewal. With Thomas guiding the oxen, you pull the wagon forward, each squeak and groan a testament to your battered resilience. Ned trudges beside, sketchbook open, capturing the storm's aftermath in charcoal and ink. Agnes gathers soft clay at the wash's edge, intending to fashion small clay whistles, a token of comfort for Lily and others who walk in pain. You feel gratitude swell within you like the rising creek. Despite bruises, despite blisters, you remain upright, still able to steer this battered vessel toward a destiny uncharted, but nonetheless beckoning. The trail ahead winds into the smoky hills, where new vistas and new dangers await snaking canyons, wolf packs, and the constant specter of low supplies. Yet, as you travel, you feel a steady hum in your blood, a rhythm of survival honed through hardship and sustained by communal grace. In the hush of the drizzle, you hear Aunt Agnes whispering prayers, Ned softly humming as he sketches, and the oxen's patient steps marking the trail's continuation. You remember Section 3's distant echoes of water's chill and Section 5's prairie heat. Now you stand between them, tempered by storm and trauma. Each step forward is a reminder that the Oregon Trail doesn't merely test your body, it tests your spirit, and you find yours remains unbroken. The buttes ahead, silhouette against clearing skies, promise and peril entwined, yet you mount the wagon's bench fingertips, grazing the reins and the bolt's splintered metal. You guide the oxen forward each breath, a pledge to keep moving, to bear the pain, to nurture hope in a land both beautiful and merciless. As you crest the next rise, the trail unfurls anew, another chapter waiting for your steps to etch upon its dusty spine. You trudge along the rattling route where tumbleweed skitters like tumble-dry socks across dusty plains, and suddenly you sense eyes watching tall figures framed against the horizon, their silhouettes as still as sentinels. It's morning, but the sun's tipping you toward midday sweat, and you squint at a small camp of native guides perched atop a low bluff. Your heart thuds like a kettle about to whistle. Is this hospitality or hostility? Remember how last section you navigated rattlesnakes and wolves? Well, this is the human iteration of survival, where diplomacy can mean the difference between safe passage and a swift end. You swallow, adjusting your hat, and step forward with a hopeful nod. Their leader, a broad-shouldered man in a teal-dyed buckskin shirt, holds a peace pipe carved from catlinite, a subtle invitation or a silent warning. You offer your own gesture, a careful raising of the wagon's lantern, echoing back the glow of a foreign signal. A mainstream historical fact by the 1840s, many Oregon Trail immigrants relied on native guides from the Shoshone, Nez Perce, and Sioux nations, whose knowledge of trails, fords, and watering holes was invaluable without them. Hundreds would have perished to confusion and starvation. Historians still argue whether such alliances were rooted more in pragmatic trade or genuine friendship. But here you hope for both. You walk forward, dust churning around your boots like tiny storms, and extend a hand holding a tin cup of water, no small gift in this arid expanse. Two figures, their faces painted in russet and charcoal, approach and accept it with grave solemnity. You remember from Section 4 how you boiled creek water for your own health. Now you share that boiled draft as an offering, hoping they don't notice it's slightly cloudy with residual grit. A joke flickers. If water's worth its weight in gold, I should charge interest for this cup. but you swallow it. Fear of offense is stronger than any comedian's impulse. One guide flicks a sharp glance at your group's arrowed boughs without string, cross-checking trailing children and straining oxen. His older companion, stooped like a bent arrow, rubs a small pouch of roasted camas bulbs between his palms. Fragrance, smoky and earthy, like a campfire that's missed the promise of breakfast. A fringe tidbit surfaces. Some tribes believe that smoked camas bulbs could prevent trail fatigue and ward off nightmares, though historians still argue whether those beliefs emerged from genuine physiological boosts or campfire folklore fueled by sugar cravings. You recall from Section 6 how cholera's scourge ripped through your camp last week. Now, each traveler glares at these guides with suspicion. Are they harbingers of new dangers or your best chance at water farther ahead? You meet the leader's gaze, voice low. We seek the Snake River crossing if you can show us safe passage. His lips curve in a slow nod, and he motions you to follow. You exhale as if a boulder lifted from your chest. This moment feels like the slender thread between life and chaos. As you climb the slope beside them, the land stretches out below sage scrub giving way to twisted pines and a distant glimmer of silver. The guide speaks in clipped Shoshone words, and a second younger guide translates, "Follow the river's right branch until the trail forks. Beware of rattlesnakes. They lie under every rock." You imagine Section 7's near miss with a rattler and crack a wry smile. Great, we have one more reason to hobble forward. The guides chuckle softly, their laughter a rumble like distant thunder, acknowledging your suffering, yet sharing in the universal humor of human folly. You march in a single-file line, boots grinding gravel, and as you descend, the younger guide picks a slender stick and draws a crude map in the dust-winding river lines, stumbling boulders, and a small pictograph of a bear. You note the care in each stroke, like an artist sketching fate's path. A mainstream fact emerges: many Oregon Trail immigrants used makeshift maps drawn by native guides, blending pictographic symbols with rudimentary English labels, allowing illiterate travelers to navigate with relative confidence. Historians still argue whether these maps meant to keep immigrants dependent on guides or to foster true collaboration. You pause at a shallow stream, water glinting like liquid mercury, and the guide dips his hand to taste, then beckons you to do the same. You kneel, cupping the cool liquid and letting it wash your dusty lips. The taste is crisp, river fresh, but you catch a faint undertone of sulfur, nothing like the rancid creek water that gave Mrs. Tompkins cholera. You note the guide's satisfaction. He's confident this is safe, as if each swallow purifies worry from your throat. You fill your canteen, heedlessly recalling Section 2's dire struggles for water in the heat. A joke surfaces. If only I could bathe in this river instead of yesterday's lye-soaked blisters, but you stifle it, mindful the guides carry no sense of humor about water theft. As you hike up the opposite bank, the guides scout ahead, inspecting the shoreline's mud marks. You follow, gawking at the patchwork of footprints, bear prints, human prints, and hoof prints merging like interlocked locks on an iron door. You realize each mark represents a story: survival, failure, resilience. You feel awed, tracing your finger over the cool rock, the guides pausing to tap their foreheads in respect. A fringe claim whispers some elders believed that footprints held soul imprints, and stepping on another's print could steal its spirit, historians still argue whether such beliefs were widespread or localized superstitions. You round a bend where the river's current narrows to a rushing frenzy. The guide points to a fording spot where the water barely reaches mid-calf boulders protruding like icebergs in a frozen stream. He motions you onward, and you feel that familiar thrill of hope tingling in your chest. Cross two at a time, he instructs. Hold fast to each other's belts. Strong currents hide under calm surfaces. You nod, recalling Section 5's near capsizing at another crossing, and grab Aunt Agnes's belt. You step into the swirling water, each foot sinking into shifting sand as the current tugs at your knees. You gape as the guide lifts a fist, urging you to move swiftly, pushed by water, but guided by his steady gaze. Midstream, the cold bites like iron, and you gasp for breath as dozens of fish flick beneath your toes. You imagine them nibbling at your skin, another fringe fear, though, identifying their harmlessness. But still, you feel startled. A historian's note floats. Travelers often feared river piranhas or snapping turtles, though accounts remain anecdotal. Historians still argue whether such myths deterred crossings or simply reflected natural anxieties. You reach the far bank, soaked to the waist, but triumphant. The leader beckons you to rest atop a granite outcrop, warmed by the sun. You collapse panting while children in your party scramble to lick clean the sweat that mingles with dust on their faces. The guides return the favor, offering dried salmon strips, smoky, chewy, and salty like long-forgotten tears. But you accept one savoring the protein's burst of flavor. A joke flits. If I could smoke my own tears into jerky, I'd call it Trail of Sorrows. But you watch the children crunch with delighted grimaces, and the humor bursts to the surface. As you recover, the guide passes another gift, painted eagle feathers attached to a leather thong. He holds it out. Protection for your journey. You touch the soft plume, its fibers gleaming saffron gold in the sun's glare. You bow, recognizing the honor of their trust. A mainstream historical fact, many tribes gifted feathers or beads to travelers as tokens of safe passage. Historians still argue whether recipients treated such gifts as sacred wards or simply exotic souvenirs. You tied the feathers to your lapel, feeling the slight weight, a constant reminder of the fragile covenant between your group and these watchers of the land. You settle as Thomas kneels beside you, gently recoiling water from your boots, while Agnes murmurs prayers over Lily. The guides pack their horses with bowstrings taut, ready to resume, yet for a moment you linger in shared peace. The air smells of sagebrush and sweet grass, a fragrance that lingers long after storms have passed. You feel solidarity binding you to these strangers turned guides, and you exhale the tight knot in your chest. A sharp crack from downstream reorients you. A bull elk, a hulking mass of russet and cream, drifts into view antlers, crowned like winter's throne. The guides exchange glances. They nod, signaling caution. You recall from Section 6 how elk sightings marked waterholes. Here it's a hint both of food and of danger. You stand carefully, hand on your bow, not for hunting, but for potential threats hidden behind brush. You inch forward as the elk lopes away, hooves striking soft earth, reminding you while diplomacy has carried you this far. The wild holds its own sovereignty. The guides beckon again, motioning you onward southwest, where the land flattens toward fertile valleys near the Dalles. You mount the wagon, sharing a final nod with the Shoshone leaders. Thomas raises his hat in farewell as they recline, fading into the sage-dappled matrix. You feel a fresh swell of gratitude tinged with sorrow that this fragile alliance ends. Yet, you know they remain your guardians at heart, their footprints etched indelibly into your journey's map. As you climb into the saddle of the next leg, you recall Section 7's near drowning and the fierce storm. Now you march beneath quiet skies, each breath a song of cautious optimism. You feel the eagle feathers brush your chest, whispers of native wisdom, mingling with your own resolve. A joke flits. If only my GPS came with eagle feathers and sage, maybe then I'd never get lost. But you folded away, keenly aware that real guidance often comes from unlikely sources. You steady the oxen's reins, setting your compass by landmarks, shared a distant butte shaped like a toppled cone, a stand of cottonwoods hinting at springs beyond. Ahead, the trail dips into a shallow valley flanked by rolling hills that shimmer in haze like a mirage, promising relief. You know that ahead lie fresh dangers, buffalo herds, more river crossings, and increasingly thin supplies. But you feel steadied by this morning's encounter. The memory of laughter around smoky camas bulbs and the weight of sacred feathers stirs courage deeper than any brimstone sermon. As the valley swallows you and your wagon rumbles forward, you dare to believe that careful negotiation, whether with rival migrants or proud guardians of the land, can tip fate in your favor. You press the oxen onward, each clop of hoofs resonating like a heartbeat, promising that while the Oregon Trail may break many today, at least you walk it with allies and hope. You wake before the faint glow of dawn, teeth chattering as though 1,000 tiny hammers strike an icy anvil in your chest. Last night's camp by Jenny Lake, transformed into a frozen tableau, wagons crusted in frost, oxen's breaths, blooming like misty spirits in the air, and your blanket stiff as board from the relentless cold. You stretch, wincing as your muscles protest under layers of saturated wool. You remember Section 8's river crossing, how crisp those waters felt against your calves, and now you yearn for a river's flow to thaw your chilled bones. But ahead lies South Pass, a high-altitude corridor, often buried under snow, even in early summer. You adjust the ragged shawl pinned around your shoulders and crawl from your makeshift sled roll, each movement like cracking ice beneath fragile paws. A fringe rumor trickles into your mind. Some pioneers claimed that rubbing bear fat on exposed skin warded off frostbite, creating a protective barrier that melted ice upon contact. Historians still argue whether such practices derive from Native American snow country traditions or if they emerged from travelers' desperate improvisations. You pat the small pot of bear fat Aunt Agnes gifted you when she last traded pelts, and not uncertain if it'll work or simply leave you greasy. A joke flares. If my body becomes a lamp for melting snowdrifts, at least I'll be warm. But you squelch it, knowing that humor can't thaw frost-bitten toes. You stumble toward the cook fire, now a smoldering heap of embers huddled beneath ash. Thomas knelt by it, feeding small twigs into the belly of the glow until the flame blazed like a dragon's breath. You join him, feeling the heat unfurl along your spine, though your fingertips remain numb. Agnes stands nearby, cradling a tin cup of icy tea, smoky leaves that taste of last week's river crossing. You lower yourself onto a log knees, aching and sip. The warmth rushes down like medicine, though the tannic bite twists your tongue. A mainstream historical fact comes to mind. Mountain passes like South Pass at an elevation of 7,412 feet were notorious for sudden snowstorms even in June, forcing parties to belly crawl through drifts and risking fatal hypothermia. Many never made it to the other side. You exhale, feeling that reality, as the cold clutching at your chest reminds you how precarious this journey truly is. As the sun tiptoes above jagged peaks, the landscape glints crystalline spikes jut from snowfields each, a frozen sentinel. The sky's hue is pale aquamarine, like a promise too fragile to trust. You tug on a damp stocking, wincing as your toes protest, and realize the second shoe must have snapped its lace while trudging through yesterday's storm. You glance at Ned, who adjusts his own moccasin-like shoes, woven from elk hide, another callback to Section 8's gift of eagle feathers. His twig-like fingers mend a fracture in his sole with sinew and spare leather, his face a mask of determined calm. You envy his resourcefulness, remembering Section 7's impromptu wagon rescue. Perhaps he truly learned from those trials and can mend more than just shoes. A sudden gust whips through the camp, stirring flurries of snow off the ridge's face, and you realize you must pack quickly. Exposure can kill in minutes when the wind bites. You stow blankets into the trough of the wagon, securing bundles with frayed ropes, and help Thomas lash down cooking pots. As you do, you recall from Section 5 how prairie storms soaked everything. Here, mountain storms aim to freeze you in your tracks. A joke drifts. If only my socks could be waterproof by campfire smoke, I'd never care about snow again. But you force it down, focusing on the immediate chill nipping at your ankles. With wagons readied, Agnes leans into you, rubbing your arms with a small flask of whiskey. She murmurs, "Take a swig. Warms the heart." You do, tasting fire and grain, and the heat radiates from your core, melting doubt into resolve. She nods toward the pass's lip, where a narrow trail dips between two granite spires, an ice-choked gauntlet. "We must move before the sun climbs too high," she urges, voice low but insistent. You nod, though each breath pulls frost across your lung. You approach the first climb, boots crunching fragile ice beneath oak and juniper shrubs. A fringe bit surfaces. Some travelers believe that reciting Psalm 23 at each step under cold skies summoned divine warmth. Historians still argue whether these religious rituals boosted morale or simply provided psychological comfort in dire straits. You whisper the psalm under your breath, as if the words themselves might ignite internal flames. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil," you murmur, feet slipping on ice-coated stones. Even if it's nonsense, it helps drown out the roar of your heart in your ears. Halfway up, Ned points at a shallow gully ahead that looks deceptively clear. Yet you remember Section 2's near rattlesnake ambush. Nothing here is what it seems. You edge forward, testing each stone with a cautious toe before each step. Suddenly, the ground betrays you a hidden layer of ice shears, and you slide 2 feet down, before catching yourself on a jagged rock. You gasp, knuckles whitening as you clutch the stone's rough face. If you'd been fully upright, you might have plunged further, tipping into a hidden crevasse, yawning like a hungry maw. A joke forms. If I habitually fall into icy pits, maybe I'll invent the first chute on ice, but you blink it away, grateful you aren't bleeding. After that slip, you move slower, every step, measured every breath, mindful. Thomas follows at your side, ready to catch your collar should you topple. Agnes lingers behind, offering gentle nudges like a mother steering you on a rickety wobbler, while Lily, clutching a thin shawl around her shoulders, shudders on tiptoes. Each member of your party wrenches forward, balancing on crampons improvised from sharpened nails driven into spare leather soles, an echo of Section 3's hunting for iron improvisations. It's a crude, painful method, but the nails sink into ice and grit, granting each foot a tenuous anchor. You press on until the first crest breath ragged, as though a kettle boiled inside your chest. Below, sweeping valleys of white fan out, like spilled flour on a wooden table, each ripple carved by wind and snow. The sun, now high enough, casts a silver glow that spots every ridge and shadow. You squint, sight flickering with tears of cold and relief. You've survived the steepest, most treacherous stretch. A mainstream fact occurs to you. Most travelers trapped on South Pass during sudden snowstorms erected pitiful makeshift snow caves, often succumbing to carbon monoxide poisoning from cooking fires. Here you stand alive because you kept moving, letting the cold define each breath. You lower yourself into a crevasse-like indentation, boots locked in plank, and lift the wagon's iron ramp to the ridge. Thomas and Ned heave with him, muscles straining under a sky so clear it feels brittle. You help guide the axle over a rocky lip, and Agnes kneels beside Lily, feeding her warm broth laced with powdered milk, thick sustenance, delivering precious calories amid a starvation threat. You feel your stomach churn. The broth warms your gut like a hidden hearth. Then wind howls around you, gusts that pummel against your face as though nature herself seeks to push you backward. A joke flares. If I thought selling my skin as leather would buy an easier path, I'd volunteer, but you halted mid-light. Instead, you tug your woolen scarf up to cover your nose, breathing against the wind's bite. You remember Section 7 snow-laden sudden storms. Those last-minute surprises left many travelers frozen at the threshold of salvation. Now you realize the wind is more deadly than any beast ready to claim the foolish or unprepared. As you brace, you notice the path narrows dramatically, no wider than a wolf's length, flanked by ice-clad boulders that glint like crystals. Below, a chute of snow forms a slope that, if dislodged, could sweep you like driftwood into oblivion. You swallow, gripping the wagon's side and signaling everyone to link arms, forming a human chain tethered to the last support. One misstep, one miscalculated shove, and you descend in a whirlwind of screaming ice. One by one, each of you steps onto that razor-thin ridge Thomas first face set in grim concentration foot, shuddering as he places a sharpened nail crampon into the ice. He reaches back and grips Ned's arm, then offers Lily his other hand, guiding her forward with steady patience. You follow ankles flexed against the slope's angle heart, thudding like a prayer drum. Agnes, trail shawl pulled tight, her gaze sharp, ensuring not a single soul wavers. The wagon's wheels hum as they scrape the rocky lip, galvanized by each flattened nail's bite into the glacier's edge. Moments stretch like frozen melody until the final gambit, the wagon's rear axle must clear the lip. Thomas strains, hoisting with the strength of ancestral hope, while Ned wedges a rock under the final wheel. The entire contraption groans like a wounded bear, then tips forward, sliding into more stable ground beyond the lip. Relief blooms across your chest like a daisy. Suddenly legs give way, and you fall face first onto the ice shrapnel of snow stabbing your cheeks. You gasp, tasting ice in your mouth as Ned scoops you up. Agnes kneels to pull off your saturated mittens and rubs your knuckles until pink. Lily presses a small handkerchief soaked in hot tea to your cheeks, murmuring, "You made it." You feel warmth flood you despite the near frostbite chill. A mainstream fact surges across the 1-800-mile Oregon Trail. Thousands perished to hypothermia in the Rockies. Often out of reach of help, entire families died, huddled in collapsed wagons. Yet here you are, battered but alive. You shift to your feet, wincing as your toes tingle with numbness like tiny drums demanding revival. You force them to dance until the frozen haze retreats. You look into each survivor's face, Ned's ashen, Thomas's determined, Lily's flushed with fear, Agnes's resolute, and you know that united you defy the odds. You take a final glance at the trail behind, where the morning shadows fade from the pass. Ahead, the slope descends into a sprawling valley of sunlit meadows, green beyond imagination after miles of white. You ready? The oxen resuming your seats, and as you roll forward, each creak of the axle feels like a triumph chant. The guides from Section 8 reappear in memory, their clay whistles, eagle feathers, and sage smoke echoing in your heart, reminding you that everyone needs guidance to navigate such danger. As the valley expands before you, thunder rumbles overhead, echo of last night's storm or promise of another. You glance skyward, mind racing, recalling Section 7's boisterous reckonings with storms. Yet this time, you smile, breathing deeply, the valley's warm air like a balm. A joke whispers, "If I were a bird, I'd laugh at snowdrifts, but hats off, I'm happy to be human." You push the oxen onward, each step emerging more confident than the last, forging new tracks across thawing ground. You feel the burn in your calves as you descend, though it's a welcome burn proof you're alive. Behind you, the pass stands sentinel icy peaks, now respectable distances away. You share a nod with Agnes. She taught you that survival often hinges on a single dawn's worth of courage. Together, you brace your hands on the wagon's side, letting the gentle hillside cradle you forward. Each revolution of the wheel welcomes tingles in frozen toes. Each gust of valley wind dissolves more frost from your face. By late afternoon, your camp settles beside a meandering brook, no longer iced over, but trickling like a lullaby. You kneel to cup water and let it flow across your eyelids, tasting relief on your tongue. Thomas stitches a makeshift bandage to your ankle, still tender from crampon bruises, while Ned sketches the slope you just conquered, charcoal smudged on his cheeks and paper's corners damp. Lily nestles between Agnes's knees, and Agnes loosens her shawl, revealing skin pink with warmth, As the sun dips low, casting the valley in a honeyed glow, you gather around a pot of stew-thin broth, a handful of wild onions from Section 5's memory, and a few shreds of salted pork. It's humble, but after today it tastes like promise. You savor each spoonful, imagining that hunger aches in every pioneer's heart until they cross this pass. A mainstream historical detail, Drift's settlers often celebrated crossing South Pass with an extra ration of meat, seeing it as a near miracle. Historians still argue whether such celebrations masked deeper fears or embodied genuine triumph. You lean back against a sturdy boulder, night's chill descending fast, and Agnes drapes a blanket over your shoulders. The valley's hush hums distant elk bugles, the creek's murmur, and the wind weaving through sage. You close your eyes, recalling Section 1's pristine start as a cheer, Section 7's harrowing storm, and now Section 9's icy crucible. You breathe deep, tasting cedar and earth, and you whisper to the darkening sky, "We survived." A joke flits through your mind. If only freezing, frigid nights counted as extreme spa treatments. But you smile anyway, savoring the paradox. You know tomorrow holds fresh trials, blinding sun, buffeting winds, the last stretch before Oregon's fertile lands. But for this moment, you stand victorious, heart steady, soul ablaze with the ember of survival. You awaken to a low rumble that reverberates through the valley floor like distant thunder, yet each pulse thrums through your bones, stirring dread in your chest. Mounting steam rises from the cooking fire, though now it catches in your lungs like smoke chasing a winter gale. You crawl from your blanket, taste the last spoonful of yesterday's stew on your tongue, and realize the camp's wagons have shifted, forming a loose semicircle around the low crest where the noise amplifies. You pull on your mud-caked boots, every lace bite sharpening into a reminder of yesterday's frost, and trudge toward the break in wagons where Thomas jostles a tin lantern, eyes wide as a startled deer. Behind him, oxen stamp hooves and wary unison backs, snapping like brittle branches. A fringe rumor whispers in your mind. Some pioneers believed buffalo herds could sense human fear, charging en masse when they detected the faintest tremor of panic. Historians still argue whether buffalo truly stampeded toward humans or simply fled from unseen predators, scattering survivors in their wake. You swallow that thought as Thomas gestures urgently toward the east. You peer through the dawn gloom. A dusty wave surges across the plain, dark shapes, pulsing like living tremors. At first, you think it's a massive wagon train until the shapes condense into hundreds, then thousands of buffalo. Their horns gleam, even in the dim light, 1,000 crescents colliding as they thunder forward. Prairie tears scatter beneath their hooves. A mainstream fact surfaces around 1850. The Great Plains still supported herds numbering in the millions, and buffalo stampedes were an occasional hazard for travelers. Drivers often flicked scarlet rags at the herd's edge, hoping to misdirect its path. Historians still debate whether buffalo reacted to color or simply to the vibration of hooves and voices. You clutch your makeshift spear, a sharpened fence post you scavenged near Fort Laramie, wondering if it could ever deter a charging beast. You met your limit at rattlesnakes or mountain pass ice, but this tidal wave of fur and muscle feels elemental, unstoppable. You shout, "Keep the wagons tight," as Thomas hollers orders to Aunt Agnes. She clutches Lily, pressing her small body to her chest, hushed pleas trembling on her lips. Steady, dear. Hold tight to the iron. You note mud splashing from the oxen's hooves as they strain against the hitch, each muscle knotted like a braided rope, yet even they tremble in the herd's assault. The herd's lead heroes, fast as cows or bulls, cleave into the valley, breasting a shallow ravine you crossed yesterday. The ground quakes as tongue-sacking hooves compress earth, sending shock waves through your spine. You step back, nearly tripping over a taut rope. One wagon's wheel clutches the churned soil and spins a frantic half-turn before Thomas wrenches it free. He curses under his breath. Broken tongues can't steer terrified oxen. Flames of panic lick at your vision. If the oxen bolt, the wagon's momentum could crush Aunt Agnes or dislodge Lily, a scandal neither you nor the family wishes to endure. You pitch forward, grabbing the wagon's iron tongue and heaving with your aching arms. The wood strains like a dying man's cry. The oxen bellow muscles knotting as they counterbalance against the herd's magnetic pull. A joke skitters through your mind. If Buffalo taught a master class on unintended persuasion, I'd sign up. But the absurdity pales before the calves' cries echoing through the steam-slimmed morning. You glimpse Mrs. Tompkins leaning against a shattered pine stump, her face ashen gauze pressed to her throat from yesterday's ordeal. You're sure she can't bear more calamity, yet you dare not spare her a thought beyond survival. One thunderous impact rocks the rear wagon, wood popping like fireworks. You twist and see a bullwinkle running full tilt into the tongue, then yanking it aside with such force the tongue cracks in two. The wagon lurches, sending Aunt Agnes's arms flailing as she clutches Lily. You dive, fingers wrapping around the axle, and yank the broken tongue free before the wagon careens into the next. You taste copper on your tongue blood mix from the nails scraped on the metal. You swallow, focusing on the herd's undulating mass, each kick a salvo of raw power. Suddenly, a volley of arrows arcs from the bluff. You duck, arrows twack the ground around you, dust exploding in puffs of gray. Native marksmen from yesterday's encounter have positioned themselves above, attempting to steer the herd away. Their aim is true, arrows alight on Buffalo's shoulders, sending one into a graceless tumble. The herd, startled, splits, forming two columns that flank your camp an opening. You glimpse the hastily reassembled tongue of another wagon. Thomas sees the spare beam and hammered iron fittings from broken tools into a new coupling. He nods to you, eyes bright with feral energy. Drive them south toward the higher ridges, he shouts. You leap onto the seat of the nearest wagon, rope in hand. The oxen snort, understanding your urgency. You crack the makeshift whip, actually a shawl twisted with switchgrass. But the loud snap is enough. They plunge forward, heading directly at the edge of the stampede's second flank. Water sloshes from the tin cup strapped to the side. You pitch it aside, not a drop to waste, as the buffaloes bellow crescendos to a deafening roar. You steer, the oxen body tense, as the herd's momentum whips past a shifting wall of sinew and brown hair. The sun's rays pierce through cloud cover, spotlighting swirling dust and hoof patterns etched in the earth like ancient runes. You feel the draft of air, like standing too close to a forge. You blink, seeing the herd's massive rump as it surges past, nearly grazing the wagon's flank. You grip the iron rail, knuckles whitening, breathing through clenched teeth. The shaking ground beneath you feels alive, as if the spirits of the plains themselves surge beneath your feet. Suddenly, a bellow echoes behind you. One of the shy calves, separated from the herd, charges at the hogan of travelers. Its short-bowed horns tilt for impact, but native guides intercept, dragging it aside with ropes looped around its hind legs. Foam flies from its mouth nostrils, flaring like twin braziers of panic. You recall from Section 2 how even calves possessed surprising speed. Gunpowder wagons often rattled at too high a speed, startling bison into panic charges at children or smaller animals. Here, the calf's fear-charged bucking nearly topples the guide. You grit your teeth as the guide's friend steps forward, booming chants rooted in centuries-old bison hunting songs, a cultural echo that urges the beast toward calmer ground. You halt the oxen where the herd's tail end meanders away, hooves clacking like castanets. Distant horns salute the sky, and swirling dust clouds recede like volcanic ash settling. You exhale, every muscle trembling from the adrenaline's echo. A mainstream historical detail hums. Buffalo stampedes could dwarf even the largest wagon trains, covering miles in minutes. Witness accounts reported entire camps being overrun in seconds. Historians still argue whether these mass moves were spurred by predator pursuit or by human-induced panic, though most agree that sudden rifle shots often triggered the worst scatter tactic responses. As dust settles, you step down, boots sinking into churned soil that squelches like wet leather. You survey the aftermath. A calf lies motionless, breath shallow, a casualty of its own terror. The bark of a nearby guide startles you. Recheck the axles carefully now. You help lift the wagon's heavy axle fingers, slick with grease and morning's cold sweat. The wheel's rim bears a buffalo horn, gash shallow, but a stark reminder of how easily weak metal succumbs to primal force. You use cobbled tools, hammer head from a broken axe, nails from the supply chest to secure a metal brace. Your arms ache as though cursed, but the work is necessary. Without solid wheels, your journey halts indefinitely, and the herd might return thirsty for vengeance. Agnes helps Lily toward a pocket where boiled water warms her fingers. She cradles the pot close to the child's cheeks, steaming comfort in a world of relentless danger. You press a cloth to your forehead, tasting dried blood, where a stray horn nicked your temple as you guided the oxen. You note the bruise forming a silent badge of survival. It pulsed in time with your heartbeat, a personal drum signaling you remain alive, still able to breathe and press forward. You scan the horizon. Untouched grasslands stretch like an emerald ocean, and beyond the jagged silhouette of distant buttes, ripples against the rising sun. You remember Section 7's narrow escape from hypothermia. Tonight's chill already looms behind clouds. The buffalo's disturbance signals fresh foraging opportunities. Where buffalo graze, wild game thrives and water lingers. Yet the risk of thirsty buffalo returning to trample your camp hovers, a specter of reprisal. You swallow forging resolve like steel in a smith's fire. Thomas approaches, voice clipped. We move within the hour. Keep the herd's flank in sight. You nod, scanning for any late stragglers' dark forms wisping through sage. A rogue bull emerges, antlers catching sunlight like shining forks. He pauses to snort, nostrils flaring, then charges up the shallow slope. You freeze until he passes, leaving a swirl of dust and the scent of raw earth. You reboard the wagon, gripping the reins with your bruised hands, as Thomas mounts to your right and Ned to your left, both armed with long clubs carved from pine logs, primitive weapons, but better than nothing if buffalo surge again. A joke teases you. If sticks were wizards' wands, these buffalo would tap dance instead of charging, but you cage it behind serious purpose. With a final glance at Aunt Agnes balancing Lily on her hip, you nod to Thomas. The oxen lurch forward, breaking from the stationary hush into hesitant steps. Each tread across churned earth churns up fine dust that stings your eyes like tiny needles. The herd's thinning side-eye reminds you this truce's fragile rest could mean renewed panic, new carnage. As you descend the valley's edge toward rolling hills dotted with sagebrush, you notice buffalo droppings along the trail, dark scabs of partially digested grass that clatter under oxen's hooves. These buffalo chips you recall from Section 1 were once used as cooking fuel when wood was scarce, and also as crude insulation for sleeping bags. Historians still argue whether the use of buffalo chips helped pioneers survive or spread disease under unsanitary campfires. Here, you scoop a handful, stuffing it into Aunt Agnes's cooking pot fuel for tonight's smoldering embers, staving off frost and hunger. The half-mile ahead leads to a bluff sloping to a natural corral formed by rocks, an ancient buffalo wallow repurposed here as a gathering pen. Thomas guides the oxen through, and you realize this structure suits your needs, rounding up stragglers, securing the wagons, and deferring the herd's curiosity. You order everyone to reposition wagons in an inverted U-shape around the corral axle to axle, forcing any buffalo to circle before they approach, hopefully deterring single stragglers from nose dives into the camp. With wagons in place, you and Thomas hand carry scrap wood and buffalo chips into a ring near the bluff's lip. Each flake is a treasure, a testament to life from death. A howl echoes from a canyon below a coyote's evening serenade or a distant wolf pack scouting trails. You shrug, choosing to believe it's merely the prairie's nocturnal chorus. As you huddle near the campfire sipping hot broth, you remember from Section 4 how you once traded a silver spoon for an iron skillet, skills beyond simple survival, taught by desperation. Now the skillet's dull sheen glows with embers, each lift of the lid releasing warmth like a hopeful sigh. You ladle stew into tin cups, oats, jerky, specks, onions from yesterday's foraging, and pass a cup to Aunt Agnes, who cups it between trembling fingers. You share a slow, solemn silence as stars prick the night sky, each point of light a promise unfulfilled and a beacon of hope. You feel chills, but the fire's crackle offers a lullaby. Lily, warmed by broth and fatigue, drifts to sleep in Agnes's lap, her breathing steady as a lamb. Thomas and Ned trade quiet jokes about Buffalo's next charge, laughter half muffled by the fire's hiss. Agnes hums a hymn in a low, lulling tone, music meant to keep nightmares at bay. You lean back against the wagon's iron side, rubbing your temples bruised, and gaze at the night's shimmering dome. You recall the herd's thunderous passage, the guide's arrow, flurry the chilling river fords. A mainstream historical note Floats explorers' journals recount buffalo stampedes wiping out entire camps, or conversely providing meat en masse if survivors could wield courage. Historians still argue whether stampede outcomes skewed more toward tragedy or sustenance. Here tonight, you feel both outcomes entwined meat for hardy souls and loss for those trampled. You close your eyes, letting the universe's hush overtake the buffalo's echo. The night's wind carries soft murmurs, sagebrush, sighing coyote calling, and the fire's embered crackle drifting like a prayer. You recall Section 7's vow to survive hypothermia, Section 8's blessings from native guides, and now Section 10's baptism by buffalo, each thread weaving your battered spirit into a tapestry of endurance. Tomorrow awaits with fresh trials sea of grassland to cross more waterholes that may be bone dry and more wolves wailing at twilight. Yet tonight, the whisper of buffalo's power reminds you that life surges in raw form, cruel and generous, destructive and sustaining as the land itself. You rest under this tapestry of stars, embers close-sharing silent gratitude for having danced with the herd and lived to tell its tale. You trudge along the narrow ledge, the wagons squeaking like rusty hinges, eager to collapse, and every crunch beneath your boot reminds you that you're perched on a precarious edge, one misjudged step or overloaded axle, and you'll tumble into a yawning gorge below. Dawn's light hasn't yet dissolved the chill clinging to the rocks, and your breath puffs in white clouds that vanish into the thin air. This narrow path carved into the mountainside is your gauntlet. Any vibration, every wheel's uneven rumble can trigger a cascade of stones, or worse, a wall of snow surging down like a ghostly tsunami. You swallow hard, recalling Section 9's frozen pass, and realize this danger is a different breed. Avalanches and landslides care nothing for oxen or wagon wheels. Ahead, Thomas adjusts the load on his wagon, shifting barrels of flour to keep the center of gravity low. You peer down at his bench seat, split by a jagged crack, and wonder how many times that wood has flexed under strain. A fringe rumor drifts some mountainmen claim that carrying a single piece of obsidian under your saddle could ward off rock slides, as if the earth recognized its own reflection and paused. Historians still argue whether obsidian amulets held any real power, or were simply clever talismans to boost traveler morale. You clutch the rail, deciding to trust your own weight rather than a superstition-coated rock. A low rumble shakes the mountainside, so subtle at first you think it's your heartbeat reverberating off the canyon walls. Then a distant crack echoes across the valley like a war drum announcing nature's siege. A tuft of snow on the ridge above trembles, loosening its grip, and you shout, "Take cover!" Agnes, near the yoke of the oxen, braces against the wagon's side, guiding Lily to huddle between the wheels. Ned drops to his knees at the narrow verge, arranging spare boards to wedge under the wagon's heavy axle, hoping to slow any slide. You drop to your own knees, pressing your cheek to the ground to steady yourself and pray that the earth holds. The avalanche begins with a hollow roar, as though 1,000 boulders tumble in unison, and then the snow plunges down the slope, an immense white tide crushing trees like matchsticks and uprooting rocks that clatter into the abyss. A mainstream historical fact surfaces in 1849. A massive avalanche in the Cascades killed an entire wagon train. All 37 emigrants swept away within moments, underscoring that many travelers underestimated snowpack fragilities. Historians still argue whether early warning signs could have prevented such tragedies, or if ignorance was simply too entrenched for safety to pierce. You block your eyes against flying shards of ice and grit, feeling the thunderous gale press against your back as the avalanche surges past. The ground quakes, each tremor pitching you like a grain of sand in a tempest. You taste salt on your lips. Sweat, mingled with dust and grit, scratches your gums. Then suddenly the roar subsides, replaced by an eerie hush. The valley floor is blanketed in snowwood and debris, and the air shudders with displaced air settling like a sigh. You shield Lily's arms under your shawl, brushing snowflakes from her dark curls, and check each traveler. Thomas staggers but stands. Agnes's knees wobble. Ned's face is streaked with blood from a gash on his forehead where a flake of rock found him. You feel alive, miraculously alive, but each breath tastes of borrowed time. Once the avalanche's pulse fades, you rise on trembling legs, knowing you must act fast. Wagons risk being buried or sliding off the ledge. You call to Thomas. We clear the path and he nods, though his expression is a mask of shock. You plant your axe into the packed snow-hacking chunks of ice and dirt to widen the passage. Agnes helps Lily steady on crutch-like branches torn from scrub pines, while Ned wades into waist-high drifts to dislodge a felled pine blocking one wagon wheel. You work swiftly, hearts racing against the next possible slide because the mountain's hunger is never sated. As you sift through the heavy blanket of snow, you recover a smashed barrel of beans. You stare at the torn cooperage beans strewn like tiny cannonballs, and recall Section 7's harrowing storms that destroyed food reserves, making starvation as lethal as any avalanche. You gather what remains, shoveling debris into a pile that will become tonight's ration, and pray it suffices. A joke crosses your mind. If only the beans could fight the snow with mere stubbornness. But you stifle it, humor. Here is a candle flickering in a blizzard. After nearly an hour of frigid labor, the path yawns open and you glimpse the chasm below, where boulders half buried in snow gleam like sentinels. You chart a route for the oxen step by step, wheel by wheel, coax them through each groan of wood, a note in a symphony of tension. You see Thomas, voice tight, urging Mrs. Tompkins' wagon forward. She grips the reins, knuckles white, as her mule pulls with weary strength. The ice underfoot moans, but somehow she crests the drift without tipping. You exhale relief, just a tremor away from terror. Next, your wagon. You shift each bag of flour to redistribute weight, and Thomas below steadies the wheel. Lean forward, he yells, and you grip the seat's edge, every sinew taut. Agnes calls for Lily to kneel low, bracing against the frozen floorboards. You tug the reins, urging the oxen ahead in unsteady steps. One wheel strikes a hidden rockwood, splinters like brittle bone, and you hear a whomp that sends your heart reeling. Thomas curses as the axle shudders. You dismount, wade through snow to inspect damage. The axle's splintered, but brass fittings hold. You jam spare boards beneath the wheel, creating a makeshift ramp, so the wheel takes each lurch. A mainstream detail resonates many wagons in 1846, required jury-rigged repairs. Mid-journey pioneers carried spare axles, pre-drilled holes, and extra iron straps precisely for mountain emergencies. Historians still debate whether such preparation could have prevented more losses or if sheer unpredictability rendered all measures insufficient. Finally, the wagon ticks over the broken crest, each axle squeak like a death knell. You slump on the wagon's bent shoulders heaving. Your boots drip slushy snow into a widening puddle. Agnes wraps Lily in an extra blanket, eyes haunted but resolute. Ned stands guard, peering into the forested gloom for any sign of shifting snow. Thomas tightens his grip on the reins, silent, save for his ragged breath. You catch your reflection in Thomas's tin-cup sunlight gleaming off its dented rim and think how far you've strayed from lush homesteads. A joke simmers. If these mugs could tell stories, they'd weep more than I ever could. But you quell it with a shake of your head. Laughter might shatter the fragile calm. You press on, descending a narrower corridor of slick rock and snow, each moment a negotiation between gravity and will. Twice more small slides cascade from above loose stones and ice tumbling like startled sheep. But this time you're ready. You dart aside, seizing the wagon's iron tongue to steady its slide. Agnes clings to Lily, hollering encouragement as Ned pries loose logs to bar the tiny avalanches. You exhale, shivering not from cold, but from adrenaline's afterburn. By midday, the path levels into a saddle of wind-swept tundra where the sun's rays strike bare rock with punishing insistence. You set camp among clumped boulders that provide shelter, a meager fortress against shifting winds and wandering slides. You huddle behind blackened stones, building a fire from residual wood, careful to pack each ember's glow with buffalo chips for fuel. Agnes hands Lily a warmed biscuit dipped in melted bear fat, rich, salty, and strangely satisfying. You bite into one grit, crunching beneath your teeth, and relish a taste of life's small mercies. As smoke curls into the clear sky, you scan the surrounding slopes. Each ridge casts a shadow, like the spear of an unseen giant, reminding you no safety is final. Yet in this moment, you breathe deep, tasting soot and iron, and marvel at your own persistence. You hug the blanket tighter, brushing frost from your lashes. A mainstream historical fact emerges from 1843 to 1859. An estimated 38,000 immigrants died on the Oregon Trail, many succumbing to avalanches or related mountain hazards. Historians still argue whether earlier freeze warnings and better forecasts might have saved lives, or if ignorance and hubris were too deeply ingrained to heed caution. You clasp your hands around the fire's heat, muffled voices rising in unity, some praying, some singing soft hymns learned back home. You hum along, voice brittle, yet determined, layering faith atop fatigue. A fringed notion whispers some mountain travelers believe that leaving an offering of tobacco or bread on the rocks appease the mountain spirits, coaxing them to spare travelers. Historians still debate whether such offerings were genuine ritual or clever ruses to rationalize survival. You settle into a trance of ash and warmth, eyelids heavy as though weighed down by the sky itself. You remember from Section 8 the peace of meeting native guides, and from Section 9 the terror of Buffalo's charge. Now the mountain's fury has tested you, yet you shelter here, battered but intact. You sip the final drop of hot tea, feeling warmth percolate through your frozen bones, And you know that each frozen footstep from here to Oregon is a testament to stubborn hope. Within the circle of wagons, the camp settles into hushed whispers, each traveler lost in memories of lost oxen, destroyed food, and personal loss. Aunt Agnes cradles Lily's head as though shielding her from dreams of falling rocks. Ned sits beside his axe, staring at the fire as if deciphering the shapes in the smoke. Thomas crouches by the wagon wheel, humming a tune to steel himself for tomorrow's climb. You lie on a small rock chin, resting on crossed arms, and feel the valley's hush wash over you, a lullaby of mere survival. Your eyes drift shut, but you linger in wakefulness long enough to note the stars prickling above each, a pinprick of promise piercing the mountain's veil. You whisper, "One more dawn," and drift into a dreamless sleep where ice cannot reach you, rocks cannot smother you, and a free breeze carries you toward Oregon's promised fields. You awake to a chorus of high-pitched hisses that vibrate through the dawn stillness like a million tiny tongues tasting the air. The wagons are clustered near the edge of a sun-baked plain, and the ground is a patchwork of parched earth, dusty grass, and jagged rocks. Lily cowers behind your legs, eyes wide as saucers, while Thomas brandishes a long stick coated in tar to ward off unseen threats. You remember Section 10's avalanche, how Earth itself betrayed you, yet here on the plains the danger comes from creatures small enough to hide under a single boot. A mainstream historical fact pops into your mind. The Oregon Trail's grasslands teemed with rattlesnakes and snake bites, claimed an estimated 500 immigrants between 1841 and 1869. Historians still argue whether these numbers undercount the true toll, as many victims perished in remote spots with no one to record their fate. The early rays of sun cast long shadows that shift with every hesitant footstep. You lean down to inspect a jagged rock brushing aside gravel, and a single rattle-barbed tail unfurls the snake coiling like a living spring. You freeze muscles taut as it rattles, two bones clicking inside its tail like a warning bell. A fringe notion flares some travelers smeared mud on their shoes so rattlesnakes would overlook them, believing the mud disguised human scent. Historians still debate whether this actually dissuaded snakes or merely spread wide the myth of savvy pioneers. You swallow, lifting your leg inch by inch until you clear the snake's head by mere inches. The cold thrill of success darts through you, but steps must be swift. You beckon Thomas, who steps forward with a heavy boot and presses down on the snake's head, twisting it until the rattlesnake can no longer pivot. You recall from Section 4 how Huntsman Lacey taught you to jam a stick through a snake's head before dragging it away. The guide's legacy lives in your careful precision. Aunt Agnes arranges Lily behind a wagon wheel conch of safety in a ring of iron and wood. You scoop up Lily's tiny hand, her fingers tremble like sprigs in a gale, and murmur, "Stay here, child." She nods, cheeks pale as linen. You press a quick kiss to her brow, then shoulder your way through the rocky expanse. Each step is measured, looking dozens of inches ahead to avoid volcanic shadows that might flicker a snake's coil. A joke threatens, "If snakes danced like that, we'd never waltz." But you clamp it down, knowing laughter can echo into calamity. You round a small ridge where the sun's heat flares against your face like a blowtorch. Ahead, the trail dips into a narrow corridor of waist-high grasses that sway in a rippling sea, hiding writhing dangers. You breathe in the sweet scent of wild mint, a reminder from Section 9's summer fields, and wonder if its fragrance could mask serpentine scents. Some frontier herbalists believed that wearing mint in one's hat repelled snakes. Historians still argue whether such folk remedies were purely placebo or held a kernel of truth in masking vibrations. Either way, you pluck a slender stem, tucking it behind your ear for courage more than protection. The rattling starts again this time, a chorus, dozens of high-pitched warnings in unison. You freeze, pivoting to locate the source, and see two snakes locked in a deadly embrace, one a bull snake coiling around a larger rattler. They twist like dancers until the rattler frees itself and launches into a slithering retreat. You notice lily-white fang marks on the bull snake death by its own kind. A mainstream fact surfaces bull snakes often preyed on rattlers, using brute force to crush them, a grim Darwinian skirmish. Historians still debate whether pioneers mistakenly thought bull snakes were harmless and slaughter them, inadvertently eliminating rattler predators and worsening local snake populations. You press a hand to your throat. Rattlesnakes here can strike from 4 feet away, their venom potent enough to kill an ox in minutes. A venomous strike this far from any medical help is a death sentence. You adjust your gait, focusing on the sway of the grass, each undulation a possible silhouette of scales. The trail narrows until the grass parts, revealing a shallow gully lined with basaltic rock. You step into the gully staff, tapping the ground like a blind pilgrim. Each tap sets your heart, racing ears tuned to any rustle beneath. Halfway through, you pause as a tiny, dusky diamondback slithers across your path, its scales glittering like reversed sequins. You hold your breath, fearing motion might tempt it to strike. Instead, it veers aside, disappearing beneath a tangle of sun-bleached grass. A joke flickers. If snakes offered a dance card, I'd politely decline, but the old chestnut feels hollow. You exhale, moving forward, gauging every inch. Suddenly, a flurry of wings overhead, a meadowlark startled by your presence. It arcs into the sky, its plaintive song trailing like a lament. You track its flight, the bird's bright chest, a streak of hope in the parched dawn. You recall from Section 6 that native guides read such cues, bird calls, often signaled nearby water or concealed dangers. You scan the horizon and resolve to follow the bird's ascent, hoping it flies toward the nearest spring rather than deeper into the reptile-snarled expanse. Emerging from the gully, you spot a smudge of green, a small pool nestled beneath a circle of cottonwood trees. Your pulse quickens. Water means life, but also means snakes must be everywhere. Thirst drives them to coalesce. You tread carefully through a bed of rattling dry leaves, and the scent of wet earth greets you like a blessing. You kneel, scooping water into your old tin cup, noting how cool it tastes against your parched throat. You sip until your chest settles, then fill a spare flask. You imagine Section 8's river crossings' icy chills now a relief compared to bone-dry peril. You recall that missing springs killed more immigrants than any other cause. A mainstream fact confirms thousands perished from thirst or disease-ridden puddles near trails. Historians still argue whether better guidebooks could have prevented such deaths, or if the sheer remoteness made any precaution moot. You rise, eyeing the pool's edge. No snakes sun themselves here, yet the chorus of rattles might converge to claim the water's treasure. You drop a small stone, watching ripples spread across the blue-green surface. No serpents flicker beneath. Still, you choose a wide berth, following the bird's flight path until the next rise, where a slender herd of pronghorns, fastest land mammals in North America, browse undisturbed. You pause to watch them lift their heads, ears swiveling. In Section 3, you learn that pronghorns outrun predators by clocking speeds up to 60 miles per hour. Seeing one now, you wonder if such speed can outrun a snake's hypnotic lure. You press on along a narrow ridge flanked by sagebrush that emits a pungent camphoric aroma, the prairie's antiseptic. You brush a hand against the soft gray-green leaves, marveling at how pioneers once packed sagebrush into their beds to repel insects. Fringe lore claims its scent also sent snakes scuttling off. But historians still argue whether those claims were based on folklore or actual snake aversion. You pocket a handful, perhaps to burn later, coaxing the sage's warm smoke into the night. Mid-morning sun ripples off distant mesas, and you feel the air's heat intensify like a living furnace set to cool. Sweat drips beneath your hatband, stinging your eyes. A joke flits. If snakes could sweat, they'd slither faster to shade, but you grunt it down, recalling Section 7's suffocating summer storms that left no corner unscorched. Here in open plains, the sun's glare can kill faster than any fang. You spy a rocky outcrop ahead, a potential vantage point to scout the trail. You direct Thomas and Ned to gather Lily and Agnes, urging them to follow beside the wagons. They set off, stepping gingerly around hidden rattler dens. Agnes hesitates. Lily's small legs, unsteady on rocky ground, risk a tumble. You crouch, beckoning Lily onto your back, one hand gripping her vegetable basket to steady yourself. She squeals in protest, more from fear of the high perch than discomfort, and you steady her cherished cabbage and turnip remnants with the other hand. Reaching the outcrop, you settle on a flat slab and set Lily before you, shielding her with your body. Below the wagons, inch along a low lip carved by wind and water. You scan the horizon with narrowed eyes. The trail meanders toward a band of breakable shale hills, each ridge promising either a safe path or a venomous trap. You spot a faint cloud of dust near one saddle-likely buffalo on the move. Any herd here could scatter them back into snake territory, a double threat. You recall Section 9's buffalo charge, vast and unrelenting, and shiver as you consider a repeat in tandem with serpents. A sudden scree echoes from below a marmot, startled, cascading off its lookout rock. It rolls into dust with a yelp, halting at the wagon's wheels. You chuckle at its misfortune, momentary levity amid mortal peril, and whisper, "Run, little one." Yet you know the marmot's luck, if spared, this tumble will be ephemeral. Around these hills, weasels and coyotes lie in wait. A mainstream detail materializes. Prairie rodents often served as sentinel species, alerting immigrants to predators and venomous snakes by frantic scurrying. Historians still debate whether pioneers knowingly read these signals or relied on broader cues from seasoned guides. You rise, brushing dust from your clothes, and help Lily down. She clutches your hand, gaze fixed on the marmot's disappearing form. You ruffle her hair and guide her step by careful step back to the wagons below. Each step creaks with old fatigue, as though your bones remember every mile trudged since Independence Rock. You join Thomas at the lead wagon, his face set in grim focus. We skirt the shale hills, he murmurs, voice hushed like a prayer. Stay vigilant. You all move along a narrow shelf carved into the hillside rocks, leaning overhead like watchful guardians. One rock perched precariously threatens to tumble. You pause, whispering, lean away, and the wagon's wheels nudge past just as the boulder shifts, smashing the ground where you stood moments before. Dust drifts upward like ghost's breath. You catch Ned's wide-eyed stare, nodding, warning past. Beyond the shale hills, the trail dips into a sandy arroyo, a welcome respite from slick rocks. But in sandy stretches, snakes lie in wait just beneath the surface, burying themselves to ambush prey. You recall from Section 2 how sandy bottom creeks often harbored water moccasins, though rare here, and rattlers lurking beneath. You prod the sand with your staff, listen for hollow echoes, each tap spiking your pulse. A fringe technique suggests tossing small pebbles ahead to force snakes to flee. Historians still argue whether such distractions actually saved lives or simply displaced danger in unpredictable directions. You lead the wagons into the arroyo, each wheel carving a trough that hides coffers of sand and sun. You pause again, scanning the brush-lined banks for coiled hazards. Instead, you spot a solitary rattler slithering along a fallen limb, its rattles clicking like a tuning fork. You edge forward, staff poised, and kick at the limb until the snake uncoils, exposing its diamond pattern. It lifts its head, tongue flickering. The world narrows to the space between its eyes. You wait until it strikes at empty air fangs, flashing like twin daggers. Then step in with your staff, forcing it to coil in defense. With one swift heave, you jerk it free and toss it beyond sight. A mainstream fact drifts rattlesnake venom required an average of 20 minutes to incapacitate a small animal. Without medical antivenom rare on the trail, victims faced swelling and paralysis. Historians still debate whether left untreated some survived by cutting and sucking, or whether such attempts often worsened the wound. You continue through the arroyo until the trail rises onto rolling grasslands dotted with wildflowers, orange globe, mallow, purple lupine, and yellow yarrow shimmering in the sun. The vibrant colors distract you, memorable like painted quilts. Yet even amid blooms, threats lurk. Rattlesnakes conceal themselves beneath flowers' torsos formed by petals. You step lightly, scanning ground for triangular heads. A joke blooms. If rattlesnakes wore flower crowns, we'd never risk admiration of nature, but you smother at heart, still hammering from the morning's flurry. At midday, you set camp near a shallow spring where prairie dogs chatter like an unseen orchestra. Agnes kneels to gather water, Lillian beside her pressing a hand to the cool flow. You can't help but marvel at the contrast, ice and avalanche only miles behind. Here, spring-fed water and blossoming meadows. Yet you know each oasis here comes at a cost. Snakes coil beneath willows and coyotes patrol the edges. A mainstream detail roots itself. Prairie springs often hosted waterborne diseases. Dysentery claimed more immigrants than snake bites. Historians still argue whether boiling water or adding vegetation to filter before drinking made a substantive difference. You fill kettles stacking firewood in a shaded alcove, and Ned scouts the perimeter for hidden dangers. He returns, smiling faintly. Clear. You exhale relief. Mingling with lingering tension, our vigil here is temporary. As you settle into the midday lull, you consider what awaits desert sands beyond. But for now, survival hinges on staying one step ahead of slithering foes. Lily runs to you, small legs pumping, as she clutches a garnish of violet lupine petals, her treasure from the morning's foray. You ruffle her hair, pressing her to your side and admiring how petals stand out against her dusty hair. "Thank you," she whispers, voice soft, yet resolute. You remember from Section 6 how her courage persisted despite fever. Now it shines as bright as prairie blooms. As the sun arcs high, you sit beside the fire stirring a pot of beans and rice, knowing this modest meal sustains more than just hunger, it bolsters spirits too. Each meal here tastes like victory over the herd frost and serpents alike. You savor a spoonful, the heat stealing your chest, for the trials still beyond the shale hills. Night will bring its own threats, cold air rattlers seeking warmth, and predators prowling by moonlight. But for now, you lean back, eyes drifting to the blue expanse overhead where hawks circle ever vigilant. You recall from Section 3 that hawk calls once guided you toward water. Maybe tonight their cries will warn of wolves or mountain lions. For this moment, though, you rest in the plains, battered but unbroken, preparing for the sun's next rise and the next wave of dangers that will test your resolve. You awaken to the heave of Thomas's cough echoing through the camp, a rasp so dry it seems to scrape the inside of your skull like sandpaper. Twilight's gloaming still blankets the wagons, but you smell the acrid tang of meat and dust, mingling a reminder of yesterday's dwindling rations and the promise of even leaner days ahead. You swing your legs from under the threadbare blanket feet, cold as river stones, and realize your gums ache swollen and sour like the taste of last night's vinegar soaked too long. You swallow and remember that Aunt Agnes warned of scurvy vitamin C deficiency when the family doctor offered a sliver of lemon for her teacup in Independence Rock. A mainstream historical fact flickers by the mid-19th century. Pioneers knew that citrus fruit prevented scurvy, but fresh citrus was nearly impossible to carry on the trail. Historians still argue whether scurvy killed more travelers than cholera or dysentery during westward expansion. The first rays of sun stretch across the high plains, igniting the horizon in saffron and rose, but beauty feels distant when your limbs feel heavy as lead. You pull on your faded wool scarf, feeling the coarse edges rub against your sun-cracked lips, then stumble toward the communal kettle. Water sloshes over its rim, producing a low hiss that seems to mock your weakness. You dip a tin cup into the murky water, recalling Section 5's epic river crossings, how icy water numbed your sinews. Yet this warmth brings little relief. You sip slowly, grateful for warmth, but painfully aware that heat cannot fill your empty belly or mend your brittle body. Scavenging yesterday yielded only a handful of wilting dandelion greens and a solitary clump of wild onions. fringe remedies said to stave off scurvy. Yet you recall guides arguing whether foraged greens truly cure vitamin deficiency or simply boost morale. You chew on the onion's sharp bite, half expecting healing properties to seep into your aching gums. Historians still debate whether pioneers truly understood botanical cures or if such knowledge came later reconstructed from scattered journal entries. Your stomach growls a hollow echoing plea that reminds you breakfast consists of nothing more than stale cornmeal baked into a flat cake hardened like a brick. You find one smuggled wedge of pemmican in Edith's pack, a strip of dried buffalo meat pounded with fat, but that too has hardened into a leathery slab. You bite into it, teeth rattling against sinew, and taste both salt and dust mingled like an unholy broth. A joke pirouettes through your mind. If this is survival gourmet, I'd prefer a fast, but the humor sours on your tongue as your gums pulse with ache. You pause to rub your swollen ankles. Yesterday's foraging trek left you stumbling on sun-scorched sagebrush roots. You pried loose in hopes of finding parsnips or edible tubers. Instead, you discovered parched earth and a single gnarled root you recognized from Section 3, a lupine tuber bitter enough to stunt weeds, but not nourishing enough to fill voids. You recall how some foraging enthusiasts brewed such roots into tea-bitter medicine for hunger. Historians still argue whether indigenous knowledge of edible roots effectively countered pioneer hunger, or if most simply starved, trying to identify safe plants. A tremor runs up your spine as you confront the wagons. Thomas fusses over splintered boards, recycling axle fittings to patch the broken wagon from Section 10. Agnes is wrapped in a threadbare shawl brow, furrowed cradling Lily, whose face is streaked with both fever and dry tears. You see Emily from Section 6 attempting to coax a few grains of crushed sunflower seeds into her mouth, a token from yesterday's hunting expedition. The hunger's hush gathers them in a wordless bond, a shared ache that transcends rank and bloodline. You gather your scant courage and propose another foraging party for fresh greens. The others exchange cautious glances. Ned, ever eager for recon, uncoils a battered leather map smudged with goat's milk and charcoal, marking a faint stream miles to the northeast. "We could try there," he murmurs, voice edged with desperation. Blue flag iris roots and rose hips grow near water. A fringe belief surfaces some travelers believed crushing rose hips released vitamin C-rich pulp. Historians still debate whether any pioneer really ate enough hips to stave off scurvy, or if most relied on remedies that merely slowed symptoms. You slip away boots clumping on the hardened trail dust as you trace the wagon wheel marks northeast. The land stretches flat as a dried skin, dotted with tufts of grass that sway like ghostly dancers. The sun climbs each degree, amplifying your weakness. You spot a small hawk circling overhead, its call a solitary shriek echoing your isolation. You lift anxious eyes to the sky, wondering if prey or parched travelers catch its glance. You recall from Section 9 that hawks often position themselves near scarce water holes, perhaps indicating the same. You press forward each step, a testament to stubborn will. After an hour's dragging march, you crest a gentle rise and spot a thin ribbon of blue, an oasis of hope. The stream kinks through a grove of cottonwood trees, their leaves quivering like silver coins in the breeze. You feel your heart gallop as if stampeding buffalo return. You rush forward, breath-ragged feet tearing at dry grass. At the water's edge, you see lily pads drifting lazily blessed markers of shallow, still nourishment. You kneel, dipping your tin canteen into the clear water. You lift it to your lips, swallowing, deeply grateful for the coolness that washes bitterness from your tongue. Beside you, a cluster of rose hips blushes red amidst the cottonwood shade, small teardrop fruits promising tart sweetness. You pluck a handful, brushing away debris, and pop one into your mouth. It's a stringent bite, biting into your bloated cheeks. You chew slowly, counting each seed, dropping onto the parched earth. You recall Section 2's doctor explaining that rose hips contain 300% of recommended daily vitamin C, yet harvesting enough required hours of foraging. You glance at the sky clouds drift overhead like hopeful puzzles hinting at a possible storm. Tomorrow rain might wash out the trail, but bring relief to your battered bodies. You balance on your knees, scanning for edible greens. Around the stream's margin, cattail shoots explode through the mud, promising starchy bites if foraged gently. You reach in wincing as cold water drips into your clothes. You extract a triad of slender shoots, snapping off the base and peeling away fibrous sheaths. You hold the tender cores to your lips, fresh, slightly sweet, and alive. A mainstream historical fact surfaces pioneers often climbed cattail stalks for vitamin-rich shoots, though over-harvesting sometimes depleted local patches. Historians still argue whether cattails sustained significant numbers or merely supplemented meager rations. You drop the shoots into a small pot, add in a handful of rose hips. You set rocks in a triangle over a tiny fire, balancing the pot precariously, and summon a spark from flint and steel, an echo of Section 7's campfire lessons. Sparks flicker and catch a dried leaf at the water's edge flame, sprouting a tender glow. The pot soon simmers, releasing tangy steam that perfumes the air with wild sweetness. You inhale, savoring the aroma, and feel a swallow of hope rise in your throat, though you know hunger's shadow lingers. As the broth bubbles, you glimpse movement near the tree line. A javelina rummages through fallen cottonwood leaves, snuffling for acorns or bulbs. You raise a hand in greeting no hostile intent, and it snorts before disappearing with surprising speed. A joke drifts. If pigs could talk, they'd ask for dinner invitations rather than hog butchering, but you bury the humor, knowing how precious every morsel here must be. You scoop a ladle of cattail rosehip broth into your cup, handing it to Lily. Her small fingers grip the tin, trembling as she brings it to her lips. You watch her cheeks hollow as she drinks, tears mingling with broth, and for a moment, the ache that clenches your chest loosens. You taste salt and leaf and feel warmth spread from your core to your fingertips. Agnes sips next, closing her eyes as if savoring a banquet. Thomas digs at the stream bank, unearthing small mussels, tough shells that you crack with a borrowed rock. The meat inside is small, yet potent, an extra protein boost. You recall from Section 5 how travelers feared raw mollusks carried disease, yet the risk of nutrient deficiency often outweighed the risk of infection. You wash the mussels in the running water, then roast them on hot coals until they steam their briny scent, mingling with broth. You each share one nibbling quickly before the flesh cools. As sun climbs higher, you remove your hat, letting its shadow fall across the campsite. You survey the wagons, noting how the canvas covers sag, thirsting for rain. You know that rain will bring mud which slows progress and spreads disease, but without water, you might perish before reaching New Pine Creek. A mainstream historical detail glows pioneers' calculated daily water use at 1 gallon per person. But in reality, boiling water for drinking and cooking often doubled that need. Historians still argue whether carrying additional canteens or relying on local sources ultimately saved lives or simply increased pack weight to unmanageable levels. You retrieve a handful of cattail pollen yellow dust like golden snow and wrap it in cloth to dry. Tradition says cattail pollen can thicken soups and add mild flavor. Historians still debate whether pioneers fully appreciated its nutritional value or viewed it as a last-ditch filler. You tuck the cloth into your pocket, envisioning a future stew bolstered by golden dust, a small victory against hunger's void. While you work, Ned stands sentinel at the grove's edge, scanning for rattlesnakes drifting from the morning sun. You see him shoo one away with a long stick, sending its rattles whirring like a warning drumbeat. You recall from Section 8 that rattlesnake venom was among the West's most feared threats. And though you remain vigilant, you know exhaustion dulls reflexes, turning even a quick jerk of the head into a fatal opportunity. Lily sleeps against Agnes's chest, warmed by broth and newfound energy. You lean beside the fire, eyes drooping but mind racing. You think of the maize fields waiting beyond the Blue Mountains, fields that promise calories and crunch, but at winter's edge promise starvation if delayed. A joke hovers. If maize were currency, we'd all be millionaires. Yet you swallow it, knowing economic theory means nothing when your belly gnaws. You break off a strand of cattail root, chewy and sweet munching, until the fibers catch between your teeth. You clear the fibers with your tongue, remembering Section 3's hushed warning, eating too many raw roots caused digestive distress. You sip your broth, letting the tang of rose hips dissolve the last of the morning's chill. As midday ripens into afternoon, you and Thomas fashion a warden around the stream stones piled like miniature barricades to funnel water away from rattler crossings. You fill jugs to distribute to each wagon and stack more wood for a future fire should rain come. You catch Agnes humming a hymn softly, a mantra for strength. You hum along, though your voice cracks, recalling Section 6's Sunday Chapel solidarity. Those shared hymns once bound you together under damp walls. Here, around a wild spring, the chorus feels sacred. Soon the wagons must move on. Agnes calls for Thomas, readying Lily to climb aboard. You sip the last of the broth, feeling warmth linger, then stand muscles protesting. You secure the pot and ashes, no trace to attract rattlesnakes or coyotes, and beckon to the camp to pack up. As you climb into your wagon, you see the weeds. You uprooted dandelion greens and cattail roots placed in small bundles for later. Each handful is a testament to resourcefulness, remnants of the landscape that these fragile bodies coaxed from the earth. A mainstream fact surfaces drought years often shrank water holes, forcing immigrants to rely on foraging yet many perished from consuming toxic plants. Historians still argue whether more formal botanical guides would have prevented such tragedies, or if too many pioneers ignored them. You grip the wagon's edge, hefting a small sack of flour toward your lap. Though meager, it stands as a reminder that flour boiled into mush still yields more energy than dried meat alone. You tuck the flour into your coat, vowing to ration carefully. You tuck Lily's satchel, filled with foraged rose hips, into her lap as well. The oxen dip their heads to push forward, and the wagon rattles ahead. You turn back, watching the shimmering stream fade behind the sage. You inhale deep taste, dust, sweat, sweet rosehip, and fear blending into the prairie's intangible perfume. You sense that starvation's shadow will follow you until Oregon, a constant hunger as insistent as any peril you faced so far. As the trail undulates before you, you gather courage from your own haggard reflection in the pot's blackened side. Each step ahead is a vote for survival, each bite of foraged root a pact with persistence. You swallow ready for the next mile. In the distance, wild flowers nod in the breeze as if urging you onward. You crest the final ridge before the Columbia River Valley, and below you sprawls a ribbon of glass blue water that shimmers like a promise, yet you know rivers can be fickle gods. One moment placid mirror, the next a roaring maw. Dawn's light gilds the treetops, and you inhale that crisp forest scent, mingled with pine resin and damp earth, reminding you of Section 8's snowy pines and Section 11's sun-baked plains, as though nature is stitching all chapters into one panorama. You descend a winding trail littered with pine cones and the occasional flattened fern, each step carrying you closer to both salvation and peril. At the river's edge, a cluster of tule reeds rustles, obscuring the faint outline of a canoe carved from cedar. Two men emerge from the brush, tall, lean, their skin bronze under damp cloth eyes, sharp as hawk talons. One lifts a hand in greeting. The other gestures to the canoe. You swallow, recalling Section 6's chatter about navigating these waters. Some emigrant diaries once claimed that Chinook guides ferried wagons across for trade goods, but stories vary. A mainstream historical fact surfaces by the mid-1840s. Chinookan peoples controlled trade along the lower Columbia, guiding many settlers across in exchange for knives, blankets, and trinkets. Historians still argue whether this mutual benefit masked unequal power dynamics or genuine cooperation. Your lips dry as you step forward. Lily clutches your hand, anxiety sparking in her gaze. Thomas shifts his weight, nudging the lead oxen closer, while Agnes adjusts Lily's shawl. The two men watch, silent and impassive. You recall a fringe tidbit some travelers whispered, that totem pole spirits lingered in these waters, judging each newcomer's heart. Historians still debate whether such lore arose from genuine indigenous beliefs or were concocted by settlers to dramatize encounters. Either way, you feel scrutinized by eyes that have witnessed centuries of rivers flow and human comings and goings. You offer a battered copper kettle and a handful of pemmican jerky, a relic from Section 9's buffalo hunt, as trade. The first man nods and tosses you a carved wooden paddle, smooth from generations of use. The second points upstream, then back downstream, indicating your directions: eastward passage by trail, westward return with canoe. For a moment, you consider whether these men might guide your wagon across an impossible thought, since cedar canoes bear at most 1 or 2 riders and maybe a dog's worth of cargo. A joke teases, if only wagons floated as lightly as our hopes. But you bite back laughter, knowing it'd taste bitter against the morning chill. You step into the canoe first, balancing on its slick frame heart, hammering as Agnes helps Lily aboard. The older man pushes off with a crisp stroke. Water ripples outward, swallowing the coil of reeds behind. The current grabs you like a restless child, pulling, tugging, beckoning. You grip the paddle, instinctively angling its blade like a mere extension of your arm. The man's tattoos, bold lines up his forearm, gleam in the sun, each mark a story you cannot read. A mainstream detail rises Chinookan tattoos, often signified clan affiliation or rite of passage milestones. Historians still argue whether these patterns also communicated spiritual protection for river travel. Midstream, the canoe lurches as you hit a submerged rock. No one warned you that the river's bed shifts like desert sands beneath water. The canoe tips precariously, and for a wild heartbeat, you imagine splashing into frigid depths. Instead, the man stabilizes with a second paddle, giving you a half grin that rivets you to the moment, gratitude and relief wrestling across your chest. You wipe a bead of sweat from your brow, despite the chill, and reach for Lily's hand, calming her quivering fingers against your own. As you near the far bank, the second man taps his paddle against driftwood protruding from the water. You slide out, boots sinking instantly into cold mud. Agnes follows, supporting Lily's stumble onto firm ground. Thomas helps unload blankets, baskets, and supplies from the narrow hull, stacking them on the shore with meticulous care, no doubt recalling Section 2's near drowning when wagons plunged into an ice-cold flash flood. You catch your breath, shivering as mist hovers over the water's surface like ghostly spindles. The Chinookan men step back, signaling that their part of the bargain ends here. You offer a thumb-sized bead necklace, fringed with scraps of red cloth and tin baubles, as final payment. They accept without word, ducking into the reeds as though dissolving into the river's memory. You remember Section 4's warning, never linger too long after trading with indigenous guides, for unseen eyes may deem you unwelcome. As the canoe vanishes, you feel empty, like part of the map just slid away, leaving you unanchored. You load the wagons for the final leg, a climb through dense forest toward the Willamette Valley. The trees arch overhead, forming a vaulted cathedral of evergreen light, filtering through needles in honeyed patterns. You smell resin and loam, a perfume richer than any you encountered on the plains. Lily stashes her empty tin cup and grips your hand as you step between wagons, checking each rope and wheel. You recall from Section 7's forest crossing how slick roots and hidden ruts could flare wheels and injure ankles. Here the landscape undulates, promising obstacles cloaked in emerald shadows. Within minutes, you hit a narrow path veined with roots that snarl across its width. The wagons rumble over, jolting with each lurch. You guide the lead oxen voice, low, easy, easy, steady. You shift Lily onto Ned's shoulder to avoid the most jutting roots, mindful that every bump jars her still healing cough. Agnes trails, carrying a wicker basket brimming with the last of your flour ration, precious commodity in these parts. A mainstream fact surfaces early settlers often packed no more than 20 pounds of flour per wagon for the last stretch, banking on barns in the Willamette Valley to resupply. Historians still argue whether such sparse rations doomed later travelers when barns stood empty or fields unharvested. Mid-morning sun drips through the canopy as you crest a slope. Below a sprawling valley emerges fertile green pastures, dotted with fog-shrouded wooden cabins that promise reprieve. Cattle graze like slow-moving jewels, and you hear the faint clang of cows' bells echoing upward. The scent of tilled earth drifts on the breeze, an intoxicating fragrance of promise you haven't tasted since the promise of Independence Rock. A joke flits. If only those hedges would shield us for good, but the mirth is private, for pace is too swift, and danger remains. Along the trail's edge, wild blackberry brambles bowl heavy with plump berries. You step aside, plucking a handful juice, staining your weathered fingers, then pass clusters to the others. Lily nibbles one eye's bright, staining her lips scarlet. Agnes smiles, wiping berry juice from Lily's chin. You savor one tart nectar bursting on your tongue sugar, more precious than gold for aching bodies. You relish the moment, a resurgent vitality in each bite, knowing from Section 5's diaries that many settlers died ignoring summer fruits wary of poison ivy or brambles. Yet here, brambles saved you from hunger's shadow, another twist in the Oregon's unpredictable embrace. You resume the climb wagons, negotiating switchbacks carved into red clay. Mud splatters wheels, binding in gummy clumps that threaten to seize axles. You send Agnes to drizzle water on stubborn clumps, using your last stolen spring water, while Thomas hacks at mud with an iron pick. A fringe tip surfaces some guides carried rags to wrap around axles, preventing mud from caking. Historians still debate whether such practical hacks spread widely among immigrants or remained rare improvisations. By midday, sweat drips from your brow despite the cool forest air. You pause at a lookout where the valley broadens golden haze hovering over distant farms. Farmers plow fields. Smoke rises from homesteads like tiny beacons of civilization. The trail dips into a gentle meadow, rolling hills of wildflowers that sway like living carpets. Crickets trill, and you spot bluebirds flitting among lupine spikes, a scene more pastoral than any you've witnessed since the Missouri River banks. A mainstream thought settles the Willamette Valley's bounty drew nearly 10,000 immigrants in 1847, alone seduced by fertile soil. Historians still argue whether the valley's riverside floods rendered early homesteads as fragile as those they fled. You unstrap Lily, letting her run ahead, tiny feet racing through knee-high grasses. She giggles, reaching for daisies, and larkspur cheeks flushed with joy. Your heart swells her laughter, a prism refracting all your past fear. Agnes follows, tending to Lily's tangled curls. You grin, savoring the sight of childlike wonder, so rare on this pilgrimage of peril. Thomas raises a hand, pointing to a cluster of smoke curls in the distance homes or trading posts awaiting. You nod and press forward, boots sinking into soft turf that soothes ache as though ground itself embraces. You strain your ears, children's voices drift faintly, and you imagine a porch swing and a welcoming heart, images that pulse with hope. A joke surfaces. If they hand out pie right now, I'd declare Oregon the promised land, but you swallow it happily, knowing mirth springs easiest in epilogues. By afternoon's close, you arrive at a rough clearing, where a dozen cabins huddle around a trading post, Ashcroft's Mercantile, perched on a knoll overlooking the Wakarusa River's last bend. A cluster of wagons stands before an open barn. Settlers trade horses, wagons, and stories amid clouds of dust. You see families stepping onto porches, waving children, and lanterns strung like garlands in the branches. You inhale deep-tasting coffee, roasting in a cast-iron kettle, and freshly baked bread, wafting from a wood-fired oven sensations you haven't known since Preston's crossing Section 7. For a heartbeat, you close your eyes, letting the aroma wash away the trail's residue. Spectators gather as you guide your wagons into the barnyard, eager to glimpse these dusty wanderers. Children press forward, curious at Lily's wild curls. Emaciated but glowing with life, she embodies both fragility and strength. You bring her down, letting her meet curious stares. She stands tall, offering daisies from the meadow to each onlooker. A hush follows until a burly farmhand scoops her up, spinning her in a circle safe, now beneath arms that smell of grain. She giggles, pure music, and you feel a wash of relief that replicates Section 11's relief. At finding water, this valley might nurture new roots. A lean trader steps forward, leather satchel slung across his back eyes, flicking to your party's bowed shoulders. He speaks in clipped tones. Ashcroft only buys hides, furs, and beaver pelts, but his grin shows a tinge of admiration at Lily's dirt-smeared face. You know, barter will be tough. Your buffalo hides fetched only paltry dollars at Independence. Here furs from rain-slick beaver trade soared, but you possess no pelts now. Your highest value commodity is your labor-willing hands and a hunger to work. You recall from Section 2 that daily wages here range from 25 cents to $1 enough to buy new boots, a bolt of cloth or seeds for spring planting. Historians still query whether many immigrants who stopped here opted to settle rather than risk the final push to Oregon City. You square your shoulders, wiping sweat from your brow. You offer your service hours of work in Ashcroft's sawmill or barn, labor your bargain commodity, since Section 1's wagon repairs. The trader nods, testing the metal in your eyes. Work starts at dawn, he says. Rest now. Gather at the barn come daylight. You exhale, limbs sagging, but you stand tall, though a jolt of sorrow tightens your chest. At farewells, the trail's camaraderie fades at borders replaced by new allegiances to the land. As the sun dips behind distant pines, you settle Lily beside a crackling fire near an empty cabin's hearth. You cup your hands around a tin mug of coffee, bitter salvation. A joke teases, if coffee alone could bless this land, Ashcroft's would be the new Mecca. But you lean back, cradling warmth against fatigue. Agnes drapes a borrowed blanket around Lily's shoulders. Lily's eyes flicker with wonder, cloud-like against the fire's glow. You tend the fire as embers drift like fireflies, recalling Section 3's campfire fellowship, Section 10's avalanche camp. This fire feels softer. No sirens of peril, only crackle and warmth. Under twilight's hush, you stare at the blinking stars above constellations that guided your journey from Independence Rock to this verdant valley. You taste coffee's bite on your tongue and reflect on the panorama of trials that brought you here. Fever frost floods, snows, snakes, scurvy, and solitude. Each challenge etched in your sinews like a ledger. Yet now, gratitude floods you each breath, a silent prayer of thanks for every dawn that rose through dust and danger. Your mind drifts to Section 4's deer hunt when Thomas nearly collapsed in a snowbank, Section 5's buffalo stampede, Section 7's winter siege, Section 9's forays on the Snake Plains. Now here at the valley's edge, you hope the worst is past. Still, your gaze lingers on the forest's silhouette. Beyond lies Salem, then Portland, and finally, the Pacific's wide blue. The land has both battered and blessed you. You watch Lily drift off to sleep, head pillowed on Agnes's lap, and think of your own rest teeth, still sensitive bones, still bruised, but spirit unbroken. A mainstream insight remains many pioneers never advanced beyond valleys like this, choosing to settle rather than risk unknowns ahead. Historians still debate whether the valley pioneers cultivated the land's bounty or were outcompeted by earlier claims. Yet you feel a flicker. Whether you stay or press on is your choice for the first time you realize, rather than obligation. You lift your mug one last time, offering a silent toast to the river that halted your wagon, to the men who guided your canoe, to the shattered axle repaired by nimble hands, to the soup that thawed frozen insides, to the berries that saved hungry mouths. You sip, letting warmth seep through, and you dare to hope tomorrow's dawn may guide you farther, or you may choose to plant seeds here for home can be born at the end of hardship as surely as at the start. As embers fade to ash, you whisper to the night, I have survived, and feel the truth settle like a second skin, fragile but real. Beyond the cabin walls, the hush deepens. You lean back, letting darkness cradle you, and close your eyes, ready to rest until sunrise calls anew. You wake before sunrise, a sliver of pink light slipping through the cabin's crude shutters, illuminating dust motes that float like tiny dancers in the hush. The crackle of last night's embers still echoes in the hearth where coals glow faintly beneath ash. You stretch bones stiff, but your heart lighter than it's felt since leaving Independence Rock. Outside, chickens rustle in the yard of a neighboring cabin, and you hear the low murmur of settlers exchanging greetings over the promise of morning trails. Today, you choose press onward toward Oregon City and the Pacific's horizons, or root yourself here in the fertile Willamette Valley. A mainstream historical fact glimmers under the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850. Settlers could claim up to 640 acres in Oregon Territory battlefields of legal wrangling and settler ambitions. Historians still argue whether this act simply rewarded squatters or forged a path to stability for families escaping eastern economic woes. You rise gathering the last of your flour and the dried cattail pollen tucked in a cloth. Lily stirs beside you, blinking sleep from her eyes as she clutches a small wooden doll carved by a neighbor the day before. You kneel, brushing stray hair from her forehead. Ready for breakfast? You murmur voice, gentle as a spring breeze. She nods, teeth chattering with excitement rather than cold. You lace your boots and step outside into crisp morning air filled with the scent of damp earth and budding blooms. A fringe rumor flares. Some settlers whispered that the valley's soil held ghosts of past plagues, and anyone planting too deep would awaken ancient grudges. Historians still debate whether such lore reflected genuine indigenous warnings or simply settler anxieties. The kitchen garden behind your cabin holds promise. Yesterday's tulip bulbs peek through the softened soil, and a few early green shoots of potato emerge from a hilled ridge. You drag a small hoe across the ground, coiling back kaya leaves, evidence of local traditions teaching small root foraging, though many settlers recoiled at eating wild weeds. You seed a patch with corn kernels saved from the last meal, dropping them 6 inches apart, confident that any future stalks will yield ears of sustenance. A joke hovers. If these kernels grow faster than my patience, I'll have corn cobs dancing by July. But the humor feels warm, an ember of hope in this vast valley. Breakfast is simple wild onion omelet, cooked over a campfire of pine logs. The onions harvested along the creek bank lend a zing that slices through the egg's richness. You and Lily sit on a split log bench, sipping broth concocted from leftover rose hips, the amber liquid glinting in the morning sun. Agnes rouses Thomas, who hefts a bucket of fresh water from the spring no longer borrowed from others, as he fills your tin kettle. You recall Section 12's peril with scurvy, and you savor the tang of rose hips clinging to the memory of how it staved off worst aches. Historians still debate whether pioneers truly ate enough wild fruits to ward off disease, or if only the lucky few knew where to forage. After breakfast, you step into the small outbuilding where you plan to carve out a workspace. It's just 4 rough-hewn walls of cedar roof, patched with oak shakes, but it embodies potential a place to mend clothes, sharpen tools, and perhaps build furniture for Lily's future. You run calloused hand along the plank floorboards, feeling the satisfyingly uneven splinters beneath your palm. In the corner, a stack of cedar planks awaits your chisels and saw. You pick up a tangy whittle of wood, and with measured strokes of the pocket knife, carve a simple bowl, a vessel that speaks of self-reliance and new beginnings. You recall from Section 3 how learning woodworking in winter's cold saved you from endless frost-bitten chores. Here it feels like creating more than a tool, it feels like crafting a legacy. While you work, neighbors stir old Mr. Henderson leans on his fence nodding as you craft. You wave a greeting. He tips his hat, a silent acknowledgement of your progress since first arriving. Behind him, a cluster of women tend to a drying rack of salted salmon, a fisherman's bounty stored for months ahead. Lily toddles to Henderson's daughter Elsie, a same-age girl with pigtails who eagerly plucks a raspberry from a bramble patch and hands it to Lily. The red juice stains Lily's fingers like war paint, and she beams. You remember Section 9's laughter around prairies. Here, that innocence feels like its own quiet revolution. By mid-morning, you wander to the trading post, the hub of local barter. Bales of hay line the porch, and a large barrel of salted pork sits under a canvas awning. The air thrums with neologism's brand-new union for bartering tasks. Henderson grumbles, eyes gleaming with mischief. You recall Section 11 when many immigrants joined informal labor collectives. Historians still argue whether these early unions sowed seeds for formal labor movements. You step inside the post, greeted by a wooden counter polished by countless hands. A young clerk lifts a ledger ink thin as spiderweb and nods. You trade 2 cedar bowls for a half bushel of potatoes and a coil of heavy-duty twine essentials for both stove and cabin. As you tally the trade, His pencil scratches across the page another testament to survival, now measured in ledgers, not gun stocks. Outside, the butchering of livestock signals midday's rising sun oxen destined for new plow teams, some hailed as too thin for Boston stock, but perfect for pioneers. You recall Section 5's buffalo hunts, the thrill of chasing wild herds, and now you watch a cow stunned by a butcher, its final bleat swallowed by valley's hush. You hold Lily close, whispering, "This meat will feed us winter meals, keep us warm through storms." She nods, eyes solemn. A fringed notion surfaces. Some settlers believed each animal sacrifice merited a small ceremony. Historians still debate whether such rituals reflected genuine reverence or a borrowed form of animism. Returning to the cabin, you deposit potatoes in a basket, stacking them on a low shelf to cure. Agnes plans a stew tonight. Potatoes, salted pork, and spices procured from the post, a meal simple yet worthy of Thanksgiving. You open your satchel, withdrawing the yellowed handbill from Section 12, a tattered reminder of the transatlantic sea beyond your reach. You think of Liverpool's docks, the steamships that carried immigrants across waves. For a heartbeat, you imagine boarding such a vessel, leaving dirt and toil behind entirely. But that fantasy drifts away as you fold the handbill, tucking it beneath the floorboard, a keepsake of journeys past and those unfolding here. You tread outside, where the afternoon sun fosters a gentle warmth on your cheeks. Fields stretch beyond tomato vines, climbing supports, squash leaves unfurling like broad hands reaching for sunshine. Corner plots host patches of beans, a handful of tomatoes ripening. You catch a blossom-laden cucumber vine, its pale flowers beckoning summer's bounty. You pluck one blossom, pressing it beneath your nose. The scent of impending fruit electrifies your senses more than any summer storm ever did. A joke flits. If cucumbers grew on trees, we'd never tire of salad. But you laugh softly, imagining fridge shelves stocked with cool green crescents. Lily bounds ahead, chasing a butterfly through rows of tender shoots. Her laughter ripples like a brook, each peel dissolving the last traces of trail's trauma from your chest. You watch her marveling at how, in Section 10, she trembled with fever, and now she races like a wild doe, proof that hope's nurture can temper any trial. Agnes lingers near kneeling to show Lily how to plant new bean seeds, tiny ovoids dropping into softened dirt. You recall Section 4's avalanche there. You watched trees erupt like broken hearts. Here, each seed falls with promise, a vision of meals and future gardens. By late afternoon, you gather firewood, stacking cedar logs beside the hearth. Each log splits with resonant crack, echoing readiness. You remember Section 7's winter blizzards, how sapping cold demanded constant fires. Here, the valley's temperate nights only require small embers to chase away shadows. You arrange wood in a pyramid and kindle a blaze with flint spark. Flames leap hungrily, casting dancing shadows on the cabin's rough walls, shadows that resemble wild pronghorn silhouettes, a callback to Section 11's prairie hunts. As twilight approaches, neighbors drift in for convivial share. Miss Fairchild arrives with a jar of pickled plums offered generously. Old Henderson brings a small jug of maple syrup he tapped from nearby groves. Their generosity feels like small miracle tokens of community rather than mere novelty. You each sit on log benches around a central hearth, trading yarns of hardship and hope. The flame's amber glow warms faces etched with early silver hair and sun-bronzed skin. You recall Section 9's camping camaraderie. Here, it transcends peril, forging a tapestry woven of empathy, laughter, and shared sustenance. Among the gathering, a lanky schoolteacher named Sarah offers to teach Lily letters, scribbling Oregon in chalk on a splintered board. Lily's eyes widen, and she traces each loop with finger delight, lighting her face. You think of Section 2's prairie homeschooling children taught by parents under wagons. Now formal education stands just beyond these planks. Sarah smiles at your astonished look. The valley needs bakers, farmers, teachers build it from the ground up, she says. A mainstream historical note emerges by 1855. The territorial government funded rudimentary schools in burgeoning settlements. Historians still argue whether early education truly served settler hopes or acted to assimilate and impose American ideals. You lean back, sipping a mug of hot water sweetened with maple syrup and steeped with rose hips. Steam curls in the dim firelight, and you wrap both hands around the mug's heat. The valley's hush feels sacred, a lullaby after the relentless drumbeat of the trail. You remember each peril, cholera-choked rivers, flooding hailstorms that shattered crops, each trial a gauge of resolve. Now, resolute and weary, you trade your traveler's ragged cloak for the mantle of settler hands that build minds, that teach hearts, that hold community. Before night fully falls, you step outside, gazing up at a sea of stars unmangled by smokestacks or city lights. Milky Way arcs overhead, each pinpoint a shimmer of promise. You breathe deep, tasting cold night air and knowing that sleep tonight will reclaim your bones. You press a hand to Lily's shoulder as she yawns, her small head heavy against your side. Agnes offers a soft smile as she drapes a blanket across Lily's shoulders. You recall Section 13's decision to rest here rather than push onward. Today confirms that decision. Here on this threshold, life unfurls differently. Not a hurried scramble across perilous landscapes, but a slow cultivation of hope. You tuck Lily into a borrowed childhood bed, placing her doll and newly carved wooden bowl on a small shelf. She murmurs, "Tomorrow I learn letters," and you nod. Tomorrow we plant seeds. Her eyes close, and sleep claims her as gently as water claimed yesterday's scour. You step outside to close the shutters, pausing to admire the fireflies that dot the night, tiny lanterns warding off darkness. A fringed notion drifts. Some settlers believe fireflies carried ancestral spirits. Historians still debate whether such beliefs mirror genuine indigenous yarrups or boon-comb rattles to lighten settlers' hearts. As you rise onto the porch, you survey cabins whose lanterns blink like guiding stars. The valley hums with lullabies, cows lowing, owls calling, creek water sighing against its banks. You draw a shuddering breath, tasting gratitude and the faint tang of future frost. You realize that even here, struggles await winter's chill, competing claims, looming conflicts with local tribes. Historians still argue whether settlers' arrival inevitably disrupted indigenous ways or if initial treaties could have altered destinies. You close the door quietly, stepping into the cabin's gloom. The hearth's embers still glow, so you kneel to pile logs and coax a gentle flame. You stoke it, until the room brightens, casting golden warmth across rough walls and a small table where the weight of a carved bowl rests. You imagine filling that bowl with soup tomorrow, a simple broth enriched with root vegetables and flour dumplings. It will fortify your bodies and spirits in equal measure. You lean against the hearth, hands warm against cold air, and let memories ripple, desert's blistering heat, prairie's shivering nights, rocky mountains' thin air, and river's unpredictable channel. Each echo now settles like sediment beneath conviction. You whisper to the flicker, "We have arrived," and know that arrival is both landing and launching pad. Before collapsing onto your sleeping mat, you fold the handbill from Section 12 one more time, a relic of a dream you chased down the trail. You tuck it beside a shard of obsidian, reminders that your body was forged by hardship, but your heart seeks new soil. You exhale, letting eyelids close, lulled by the crackle, the hush of creatures in underbrush, and Lily's soft breathing from the next room. In these quiet depths, you sense that survival was not the end, but the beginning, an invitation to grow roots like valley oaks. You drift into sleep, soothed by the knowledge that though the trail's ghosts linger here, you cultivate belonging, and tomorrow you rise to build a home. You wake to a gentle hush, the cabin's lantern dim overhead, a single ember still glowing among fresh ashes. Outside, a light frost cloaks the fields in a crystalline dawn hush, and the world feels poised between slumber and awakening. Lily lies curled beneath blankets, her breath rising in soft puffs that mist the thin air. You rise, slowly mindful of the ache in your shoulders from yesterday's chores and from the burdens you carry as both pioneer and parent. In this fragile morning, you taste the crisp tang of possibility. Today you decide whether to remain rooted in the fertile valley or embark on a final journey to the Pacific coast. You step outside, boots crunching across frost-coated grass. A chalk-white layer glints beneath rising sunbeams, and you inhale sharp air scented with pine and new beginnings. A mainstream historical fact lingers by the 1860s. Many settlers bypassed the final trek to the ocean, preferring the stability of farms. Historians still argue whether settling inland represented pragmatic adaptation or gave up on manifest destiny. You rub your hands together, recalling frost-bitten hands from Section 7's mountain crossing. Now frost here feels like an invitation rather than a curse. Agnes emerges from the cabin, bundled in layers of wool, her breath exhaling in silvery plumes. She offers a soft smile as Lily stirs, yawning wide. "Morning," you whisper, savoring the warmth of their presence. The hush of the valley holds a promise: no rattlesnakes, no sudden floods, no hunger pangs so fierce they raise hope to embers. Yet you wonder, is comfort here a gilded cage, or can this life be the fulfillment of every trial endured? You gather the last supplies, a small sack of ground flour, a handful of dried peas, and a strip of salted pork cured yesterday. You fill a canteen from the spring-fed well water cold as truth, tucking in a scrap of cattail pollen for future use. You slip a faded map from Section 12 into your pocket, its lines tracing a route from here to Astoria, where the Columbia foams into the Pacific. On the reverse, Scrawled notes about shifting sandbars and tides, warnings gleaned from traders at Ashcroft's Mercantile. A fringed tip surfaces some river guides claim that winter storms rearranged river mouths overnight. Historians still debate whether early navigators exaggerated such dangers to deter settlers or genuinely faced such capricious currents. You step onto the frosted ground, gathering Lily's hand in yours and guiding her to the wagon's front. Thomas has transformed the wagon for coastal terrain fenders, reinforced with cedar planks, wheels slicked with tallow to ward off mud. You recall Section 13's descent to this valley when wheels snagged on hidden roots. Today, as you climb aboard, you realize each repair is a testament to adaptation, pioneer ingenuity in microcosm. You fasten Lily's blanket around her shoulders, tucking her snug, and Agnes secures a small bundle of linen with cedar shavings to keep out moisture. The oxen stand lowing breath, steaming in the cool dawn. You whisper to them, ready, and guide their yoke toward the lane that stretches toward the coastal prairies. The hush is broken by the soft crunch of wood wheels on frost-bitten road. A joke flickers. If coastal estuaries were as kind as this meadow, we'd all be fishermen by noon. But you tuck it away. Even humor seems too brittle under the weight of what lies ahead. As the valley slips behind the road, narrows, and the land tilts slightly, leading you into rolling hills where brush and sage yield to mesic grass. You spy wild geese overhead, their V formation slicing through pale sky. Their honking calls echo the call of migration like you bound for the sea. A mainstream insight emerges by the late 19th century. Geese migrations served as natural indicators of seasons and game availability. Historians still argue whether early settlers truly relied on migratory patterns or romanticized them after the fact. You raise your head to watch their passage, committing their flight to memory. Mid-morning, the trail enters a dense forest of Sitka, spruce, and hemlock needles dripping off low-hanging boughs. The damp wood smells of resin and rain-soaked earth. Muggy air drips from moss-draped branches, and you recall Section 8's sunlit climb, here shade, feels like reprieve. You guide the oxen through slick mud, careful not to slip. Lily nestles into a bundle of wool at the wagon's rear eyes, wide with forest wonder. Unfamiliar sounds of rasping bark and bursting bark beetles mood the moment. You chew a scrap of salted pork, letting the salt dissolve grievances into gratitude. As noon approaches, the trail snakes near a roaring waterfall, its voice a thunderclap in this living cathedral. You recall from Section 10's river crossings how water held both salvation and threat. You dip your canteen into a small pool, letting cold spray wash your face, and refill the pot to warm at midday, echoing Section 1's first campfire. But now you wear soot like a badge of belonging, not desperation. A fringe whisper surfaces. Local lore claimed some falls hid hidden caverns used by shipwreck survivors. Historians still argue whether these caverns existed or were metaphorical safe havens in pioneer imaginations. You pause to examine the map. The Columbia's confluence lies west, mapped in careful strokes. You trace the line with a finger, feeling both anticipation and gravity. Each mile ahead holds uncertain variables, tides that could swamp a ferry sandspits that shift by season. Yet you embrace each risk with the same stubborn will that carried you through snow-blasted passes and sun-scorched prairies. A mainstream fact steadies you by 1852 riverboats regularly navigated the Columbia to Astoria, offering passage, albeit at high cost. Historians still debate whether early settlers overestimated boat reliability or accepted maritime risk as preferable to land hazards. You push on, fording small streams that glint like liquid mercury as they tumble over cobbles. Agnes steadies Lily, whose small boots squeak in water. You remember Section 5's floods rivers swelling under spring runoff, swallowing wagons whole. Here, streams feel benign, rife with trout and glints of sun-dappled granite. You pause at a bend where willows droop their leaves, stirring a hidden ripple that suggests beaver's presence. You recall Section 9's tales of beaver dams, how their removal threatened marshlands, altering fur trade economies. Historians still argue whether beaver decline expedited pioneer passage or created ecological disruptions. By afternoon, the forest light softens to an emerald haze. You break for lunch under a canopy where filtered beams drape the wagon like stage lighting. Agnes boils wild onions and trout fillets wrapped in bright maple leaves, tasting of fire and wood smoke. Lily noshes on cooked roots from Section 12's foraging lesson, crunching with renewed vigor. You each sip warm broth, the soup's onion and fish aroma, knitting memories of campsite kitchens across the trail. A joke emerges. If trout were as plentiful as tails of gold, we'd all be kings. But you smile, letting humor anchor solidarity. As lunch ends, a chill wind rises, whistling through trailing vines and rattling loose bark. You feel a flutter. Pacific storms can descend without warning. You recall Section 7's winter siege in the Rockies and realize that coastal rain might bring mud, flooding, and hypothermia. You tighten Lily's shawl, ensuring Agnes secures every knot. You examine the sky threads, a black cloud coil over western hills, ominous as a serpent's belly. Yet you sense necessity. You must cross before night devours daylight. A mainstream detail comforts by mid-1800s immigrants learned to read coastal weather patterns, darkening clouds followed by pungent pine scent heralded storms. Historians still argue whether oral tradition outpaced written guides in these settlements. You gather belongings and push on. Forest yields to scrubby chaparral, where stalks of sagebrush release pungent oils as you brush past. The air thickens with musk, blending with pine. You sense purpose, each inhalation a vow that you won't leave this land unplanted. As the trail narrows to a single track of beaten soil, you catch a glimpse of a distant bluff. A mountaintop silhouette you recognize, Cape Disappointment, where Columbia meets the ocean's vast unknown. Your heart skips at its sight, a landmark you've chased since Section 1's onset. The final descent brings a view of rolling dunes edged with tall grasses, swirling in whitecaps of wind-blown sand. Beyond lies the ocean, pale turquoise at its furthest extents. You feel a rush of triumph and vertigo. The trail's full arc unfurls before you, a tapestry woven from hardship and hope. You pause, shifting Lily onto your hip. Agnes goes to collect a handful of beach grass while you survey the sight waves pound a narrow bar, their roars mixing with seabirds' cries overhead. A stranger's scalp ripples at the wind, carrying briny bite. A mainstream historical fact, the graveyard of the Pacific earned its name from countless shipwrecks along this bar. Historians still argue whether river navigators underestimated the bar's shifting sands or whether improved charts ultimately curb disasters. You sign to Agnes, and together you approach the shoreline. The surf's spray drips like blessing as you plant bare feet in cool foam. Lily squeals as a small wave laps her boots. You laugh the sound wild and free. The ocean's vastness compresses everything, all the prairie dust mountain chills, rivers cold and valleys warmth converge in this moment of arrival. You scoop Lily into your arms and let her dip a finger into the Pacific salt, her wonder mirrored in your gaze. A gust lifts her hair, and you hold her close, feeling the spray's salt kiss on your cheeks. In your ears, the ocean's hymn drowns out any memory of hunger or fear. The trail behind you stretches 2,000 miles, but feels both infinite and complete. You turn your face to wind and wave eyes brimming, thinking of every step, every trial. You taste salt and possibility, even if storms relentless. Test your resolve. You now stand at the ocean's brink heart, brimming with an arrival you never dared imagine. You set Lily down, urging her to dance on shifting sand. She leaps, tossing grains into the air, eyes glinting. Agnes steps to your side, pressing her lips together in a smile that trembles with relief and joy. You extend your hand toward the sea, letting its cold foam swirl around your fingers, anointing you as pioneer settler, parent survivor. A joke swells. If we must hike backward, I volunteer, but laughter breaks free, a release of every tension once chaining you to fear. As day wanes and light softens, you gather in a memory Section 1's dry plains, Section 4's hidden springs, Section 8's forest hush, Section 10's rivers roar, each trial a chapter woven into who you are. Now at journey's end, the ocean stands as both reward and mirror, vast, unpredictable, and alive. Thomas tends a small fire on driftwood keys to warming hearts in twilight's chill. You huddle Lily close, savoring the final glow of sunset pink sky, melting into violet twilight, casting ocean mirrors that dazzle and equal the northern lights of your dreams. You sip from a cup of warm broth made with wild seaweed, edible and briny, a final tribute to land and water's union. Agnes passes you a fresh cloth woven from flax grown in your valley, seeded from Section 14's claim, signifying both self-reliance and community's embrace. You lean against a dune crest, watching stars glow as twilight dies. Though tomorrow's embarkation onto a keel-bound vessel looms, tonight belongs to this moment, the hush of ocean waves and cradle of shifting sands. You feel the arc of every mile embed itself in your bones, no longer burden, but foundation. You clutch Lily's hand, smiling at her drowsy head resting on your shoulder. You whisper into her ear, "You, my love, are the reason I found this shore." She murmurs, love, and drifts into sleep, cradled by your arms. You turn your gaze seaward, letting waves whisper lullabies of distant lands, of gray whales migrating to warmer seas, of ships carrying new dreams beyond horizon. You close your eyes, letting sand slip through your fingers and wind braid through your hair. The trail's end is both conclusion and origin, a life reborn on ocean's edge. You vow to stand firm as waves erode sand. Though tides rise, you will remain anchored in hope. You exhale, settling into a gentle slump against driftwood, listening to the Pacific's breath. Tomorrow, you and Lily will board a small schooner bound for Astoria, first steps into a new world where freedom and challenge merge like sea and sky. But for now, in this closing moment, you let the ocean's pulse lull you, knowing that no matter the storms ahead, you have endured through dust, snow, river valley, and sea. The Oregon Trail's echo fades into the crash of waves, and you lean into the hush heart, at peace, soul unbound. Your eyelids grow heavy as the ocean's lullaby swells the relentless crash of waves, now a gentle cadence guiding you toward rest. Feel the sand beneath your feet, each grain a testament to miles crossed, hardships borne, and triumphs claimed. Breathe deeply. Cool salt air fills your lungs with serenity, replacing the hiss of prairie wind and the roar of mountain passes. Imagine the sun setting slowly, hues of rose and lavender melting into the horizon, caressing the water until it shimmers with promise. Rest now as the tide's soft rustle lulls your spirit. Let each breath drift with the sea breeze, carrying away hunger's ache, fever's burn, and every rattlesnake's hiss that once stalked your dreams. Your body, weary from wagons and foraging, can finally surrender to cradle of coastal night. Though cold winds may bite at windows inside, a single lantern flickers, casting warm gold across grain-woven blankets that hug you like a mother's embrace. In this hush, the trail's ghosts soften. Each phantom of dust and fear becomes a fading echo, replaced by memories of wild berries, sweet tang, rivers' precious coolness, and valleys' sunlit embrace. Even your aching legs, once forged on relentless path, now rest in gentle lull of Pacific's breath. In the hush between waves, you glimpse the river of time. All roads converge here at the ocean's edge, where journeys end and new ones begin. Imagine a dawn not dictated by wagon bell or river current, but by soft sunshine filtering through driftwood board shutters, light that warms both skin and soul. Awake to bird song layered over ocean's whisper, to children's laughter as they chase crabs along tide pools. Here, life's rhythm is not dictated by survival's urgency, but by sea's steady pulse, a reminder that freedom thrives when heart and land unite. Allow the Pacific's lull to carry you into sleep's gentle embrace, each rising tide's hum, a promise that you need not ever wander alone. In this silence, the vast ocean and its infinite horizon cradle your dreams, guiding you toward a peace hard-won and deeply cherished. Rest now, traveler, for tomorrow's sunlight will awaken new wonders and fresh hope upon your journey's next chapter. End of script. Sweet dreams.